All right. So good morning to everyone. Sorry for this delay. We're starting a few minutes late, but as you have seen, we had a very interesting discussion in the keynote speakers session. Speaking to you today, Hussam Hussein. I'm a doctor in the German University in Cairo, chairing this session. I'm very, very happy I have the privilege to be among you all today, trying to guide this session all together, of course, in this very, very nice morning, sunny morning here in Cairo. I don't know where you are, but here in the German University in Cairo, it's a very nice weather today. And so I'm very positive to be with you, not only in this session, of course, in the whole day. Our session today is on the heritage and cultural landscape. I would like to start with a few words, if you allow me first. Speaking about this cultural landscape, where of many urban areas, it comprises of about half of the overall village, town, or city landscape space, and contributes significantly to the spirits of and the character of the place. It is a concept related to the locality and vernacular qualities of our cities. Cultural landscape are, of course, landscapes that have been affected or influenced or shaped by human involvement. It is, in fact, the identity of our spaces, the scene that pops up in our brains when we hear the name of a city. Of course, to me, when I hear the word Cairo, city, Cairo, the first thing I remember always, Old Cairo, the Moise Street, the Islamic Cairo, and so on. And each one of us has some scenes in his brain when it comes to certain cities. In other words, the cultural identity, it is the cultural identity or the identity of the culture. And of course, when it comes to the identity, so many cities around the world are facing challenges today, due, of course, to urbanization trends, to economic profiles, sometimes values that we try to preserve in our communities, and even the way we treat and deal with our urban areas and our buildings. And this is where the role of adaptive reuse in this session becomes essential to cover for the lack or sometimes the poor a placing of certain seemingly significant tangible elements or even intangible values within our communities. And at the end, of course, a cultural landscape has a lot of dimensions, and adaptive reuse is only one of them. So in this session, we will try to cover through 4 very, very interesting presentations that I have listened to earlier. Interestingly, it's from 4 different countries, and this is probably the rich value of this session. So it is about the role of, the first is the role of structure and structural analysis in adaptive reuse in historic context coming from Iran, from a different perspective, the investigating the limits of transgressive architecture in Indonesia. Another perspective is about the civic amenity hubs in Bangladesh. And lastly, the adaptive reuse of industrial heritage with a specific case study in, I think, Izmir, if I'm not wrong. So today's session will be very, very rich. I'm looking forward to discuss these 4 presentations with you, 4 perspectives, and enrich this discussion. So from here, I would just go directly to the presentations, starting with the role of structure and structural analysis in adaptive reuse of Zahir Al-Islam Historic House in Tehran, Iran, by the authors Farnaz Faraji, Sadra Moradi, and Sumaya Fadeh. Of course, each of us present themselves in a better way in the presentations. So we'll just play the presentation one following the other, and at the end, we will open the discussion.
Hello to all participants and the organizers of the conference. I'm humbly pleased to have this opportunity today to present our experience with my colleagues. And today I'm gonna present the article with the title of the role of structure and structural analysis in adaptive reuse of Zahirul Islam Historic House in Tehran, Iran. And I hope this research brings new insights to all. Well, to start from the theoretical framework studies within the conservation and development triangle, taking various steps to conserve the integrity and values of historic assets are chosen based on the different cases. Within this framework, adaptive reuse is placed as one conservation and preservation strategy, having a moderated place within the set of actions departing from the less intervention to the most. Within this spectrum, adaptive reuse is an activity with change in the structural and physical fabric of buildings to prepare them to home new and contemporary uses. Therefore, adaptive reuse as a sustainable strategy to conserve the heritage values brings opportunity for environmental, economic, and social aims like reducing the cost, minor use of new material and water consumption compared to the newly built buildings, and retaining the urban atmosphere, which is mostly a set of historic sites might bring for the society. Accordingly, an adaptive reuse project to preserve the heritage contains 6 primary steps introduced by Fonds, which can be applied to any type of adaptive reuse project. These phases begin with the primary studies and making an inventory of a building, and continues with typological analysis to choose the significant samples, cataloging and assessment of the reuse potentials to develop a local scheme. Within this research, the structural analysis of buildings consisting of assessing the potential and existing material and building technique used to adopt the new uses is placed as the first and foremost steps of the process. However, during the study and analysis of the functionality of a building, it is important to ask 4 main questions to consider their answers in later phases of the procedure. These questions mainly examine the strengths of the existing architectural structure of a historic building, considering the passage of time and the condition of materials to estimate their use costs both from an economic and environmental perspectives. Answers to these questions are as important as the structural analysis itself, since they would provide clues for the conservator, architect, or practitioner whether the new user will need new intervention in order to access the building, or there might be need to do some other alterations to provide mechanical installations to and prepare it before any further actions to be taken. Therefore, in this research, considering all influential parameters within the adaptive reuse of a historic building, we have launched the same study on the Zahirul Islam Historic House prior to initiating its renovation project. The Zahirul Islam, the historic house of Zahirul Islam, is located in the heart of Tehran. This house, which belongs to the Qatar era, has been twice subscribed to the National Inventory of Iran until the June of 2017, when finally submitted. Although there is no epigraph on the outside of the house to show that the construction time, the eclectic architecture of the building as mitigation of traditional Iranian houses with European details depicts that the precedence of this building dates back to Nasser-ad-Din Shah period of the kingdom. In the early maps of Tehran, like the Darul Khalafa historic map and Abdulghaffar map of Tehran, the house is placed in the middle of city gardens, and inside the fort walls of the old city of Tehran. Nowadays, the house is located between two central streets of Tehran, Jamhuri Street and Baharistan Street. About the owner of the house, although there are two different narratives, the historic documents mainly refer the house to Sardar Company, one of the major faces of the Mashrutiyat revolution in Iran, and thereby the house was used as a center for discussion before the revolution, has gotten a cultural and political value for the society. The statistical and structural analysis shows that this building consists of three structural systems with various but symmetrical stability and bearing capabilities. On each level of this house, there is a unique structure. The structural system on the basement floor is a composition of walls and growing with sun-dried bricks. In this level, the downcoming force and loads from upper classes and lateral troops have been supported by a quote patriot walls, طاق چهاربخشی in Persian. In the central extension, with the help of four columns in four corners and load-bearing walls in the middle of queues, imported forces in crossing spaces in the basement like corridors, granaries, and cellars, since of geometrical shape of the room has been covered with parallel walls and then with the aid of two side load-bearing bars. This load transferred to the foundation and then to the earth. On the ground floor, the roof covering this level is a wooden beam and pale restrained in each other. A part of the imposed forces and loads are supported by leaning on four wooden columns in four corners of the central base. Other has been barred by load-bearing bars with masonry, brick, and plaster materials in four sides of the main room, led to four separate parts of the house and transmit them to underlying structural system. Since it uses material, this structural system has less weight than the basement floor and thus has more freedom to organize the spaces on ground level. It causes us to experience various unique structures at this level. The ground floor openings have been locked with the aid of wooden lintels between bricks, and namely transfer coming rears to lateral elements and material of the house. The trusses have been settled on the first floor or the attic and under the gable roof to construct the envelope skeleton. This section shows a collection of wood trusses and columns responsible for transferring the loads and imposition forces to lower levels of the building structure. This level's structural system has the minimum weight among other groups and settles in the maximum height. Generally, the structural system in this house in the primary and older sections is in a hierarchical order that from top to the bottom the load bears rise. The structure has become behavior and more massive, thus strengthening the bear load supporting system. Also, this composition with various structural systems allows more optimal exception accumulation in the building. We have faced an attached part of the building in the structural analysis. These attachments that relate to a few decades after the initial construction of the building are on the north and south sides. The extensions are structurally self-independent and do not import any additional rails to the original structure of the building. These attachments are on the ground level and settled on the earth. They transfer their loads directly underground. The south right side roof of the extensions is a parallel wall, and the iron beam fixed on the lateral loading ground walls of the north building. Here, attachments is also a stair complex that associates the north face of the ground floor to the ground and shapes the main entrance of the building in the attachments period. Structural deficiencies in the Zahirul Islam house constructed with brick, wood, stone, and other masonry materials are included incomplete load transferring paths because of injured materials in roof and walls, unsuitable shear strength of the building, disability of building maintaining the integrity during the trembling caused by an earthquake and various pollutions. negation of secondary auxiliary systems such as systematic horizontal and vertical features, disorder in the plan after attachments, plan assessments before extension shows that there are two symmetrical axes in the building and their intersection is the central space. The absence of a suitable foundation to bear the whole load, considering the construction of the Zahir Islam house, isolated foundation shows that one of the significant damage is a result of unequal substances of the building. So, the material spices continuity between building components and elements, suitable distribution of forces, foundational strength against loads, accordance between internal parties and material power, and etc. are necessary factors and conditions in providing stability, life continuity, and building revival. Disturbing elements in heritage buildings can be classified into two orders, internal and external factors. In Zahir Islam traditional house, based on the field studies, these factors include humidity, abandonment of the building, earthquake, soil erosion, changing at adjacent buildings, the passage of the material erosion, and finally vandalism. Finally, the renovation project of this house in order to prepare it for adopting a new function was initiated by the Art and Culture Institution of the University of Tehran in 2017. And last year, the project finished successfully despite the pandemic COVID-19 spread. Thank you for your consideration all.
Thank you so much for this presentation, which gave us a thorough dimension on the structural analysis of historic buildings in Iran. Now moving to the second author.
Sorry, if we have a question, we can ask later or what?
I think, yeah, we will leave the questions to the end. At the end, we have a roundtable discussion, and we will be able to ask questions. So now we will just finish the 4 presentations, and then we will go to the discussion. Our next presentation is the Transgressive Architecture, Investigating the Limits, by our dear authors, who I think are coming from Indonesia. Let me now share the presentation.
My name is Ingrid. I'm from University of Indonesia, and today I will present my study about transgressive architecture, investigating the limits. My study tries to identify mechanisms of transgression in urban spaces and explore how acts of transgression define architectural boundaries. The study will demonstrate an understanding of architecture that appreciates instability and negotiation of limits in space and society. The word transgress means to go or walk across. The term is generated in the 1930s as a part of cultural discourse, and in the last 13 years, it has reemerged in arts, humanities, and social sciences. Bernard is the one who firstly explored transgression in architectural discourse in 1976 with his essay that implies that architecture is inherently transgressive. Architecture necessarily breaks or goes beyond acceptable limits. In looking at transgressions and their relationship to the architecture, it is worth referring to the most straightforward relationship between body and space. City users have a different way of understanding and experiencing cities than the professionals or institutions defining urban space and producing the built environment. The following are 2 examples of analysis of transgression in urban space through the body. The first one is Minibar Ankara. It is a space created by a group of teenagers through several leisure activities with friends involving liquor, which carries out on the streets around the Ankara area in Turkey. The minibar becomes the name of the action and the space it created. The minibar questions the boundaries that define urban spaces and formulates them for its spatiality, testing the limitations and regulation of physically, socially, and legally constructed spaces. While minibar is constantly moving, the space it takes up and how to use it varies from time to time. For example, one time they can sit on the hood of a parked car, and then the other time they can use the railing to put their belongings, and other time they can congregate on the sidewalk. The second case is skateboarding in the Qatar. This is a mapping by tracing from a video part of a local skateboarder in Jakarta named Rubianda. In the video, he performs several tricks at 8 points that differ from the type of the obstacles, from flat ground to benches to sidewalks and to stairs. Street skateboarders don't run away from urban space, but they work physically against it. They scratch paints, grind handrails, use obstacles, even when they use wax to smooth up the surface. This is also considered as a transgression into urban space. Transgression often occur in two spaces. The first one is the relic space. The space has no official program or use. The beauty lies in its irregularity, where boundaries between objects are broken or appear to have no limitations. And the second one is the overlooked space. It is a space that we encounter every day, nothing special, so we are rarely aware of its existence. And here is a study of 20 cases based on the limit and what kind of the transgression. I will describe some of the most interesting ones. The first one is Dalston Mill. The site is located behind a building still under construction. The spatial boundary is the scaffolding that is just letting enough voids for 1 to 2 people to pass through. These boundaries and openings are emphasized by adding wooden walls, packed like broken bricks. From the scaffolding boundary that looks like it is only for people with an interest in the construction process, it becomes a clear and impressive space that invites the public to enter. The second one is double happiness billboard. The limit is that billboard is a space just for pictures or images. This situation is broken into a space for playing swings. The users in it become objects that can be seen. At the same time, they became the subjects that can look at the city's background from above the billboard. And then in the mobile green case, the limit is using a parking space designated for the cars, and the transgression uses a space for humans to sit around with brass on it and the car's license plate at the back to clarify that the situation is like being parked. And then this is the another 10 of the cases. The first one is in salvage landscape. The boundary is the former fire site that transgresses the limit by using burnt out building materials. In snail shell system, the boundary is a living space that stays in one place only, a condition which to own a house, one must also own land. The situation is transgressed by creating a living space that can be rolled up, continuously moving without being tied to land ownership status. And then in the Untitled Dublin, the transgression was carried out on the roofs of buildings on the sidelines of the city. The artwork gives a new tattoo to the face of the town. And finally, in Xiangshan campus, Mangshu transgressed against the trend of development in China, which was very modern and futuristic. Instead, he brought back traditional buildings into contemporary architectural styles. And then using a matrix, I compared the 20 cases by categorizing them into spatial mechanisms, institutional mechanisms, the transgressors, the users, time spent, and the context. And then I added a level of transgression with breadth gradations for the spatial and institutional mechanisms. Each for spatial, from the lowest is fill, modify, reveal, and the highest is breaking. For institutional is conjoin, alter, contrast, unannounced, and the highest is disregard. Transgression that fall into the fill category are when people turn site into the market without permission, do blockades, or fill the wall surface with gravity. Modify is when the transgression changes a parking lot into a place to sit in the afternoon, changes user roles, and increases the house's capability to keep moving. Reveal is when marking exhaust fans with blown plastic, opening access to secure construction sites, and declaring fire locations with burned architectural elements. Lastly, for spatial mechanisms, breaking is when a skateboarding grinds a handrail or an artist drown an entire fast food burden. On the other hand, for the institutional, conjoin is when an existing program can be combined with a new one. Alter is slightly make some changes. Contrast is creating a completely different agenda. Overt unannounced is when intervening without giving any notice. Last but not least, disregard for the institution is when violating the main rules. And from this, I try to analyze further the degrees and the relations, which one tends to transgress more by putting which cases belong to the categories. In conclusion, architect as transgressor tends to break the limit in higher degree or special mechanism. On the contrary, the user tends to be the one who transgresses to a higher degree institutionally. A higher degree of transgressive architecture tends to have private users, spatially but not institutionally. The time spent in a higher degree of transgression tends to be short in spatial and institutional mechanisms. And finally, transgression in overlooked space tends to have a higher degree or of spatial and institutional mechanisms for breaking the limit. This is the display of patterns that define the relation and degrees of the transgression. Thank you for your kind attention, and here are some of the answers.
Thank you so much. I think the presenter was Ingrid, if I'm not wrong, right? Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we will be moving to the third presentation of this session, a study on civic amenity center in different neighborhoods. And this study is coming from Bangladesh. Let's go directly to the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Shuman Paul. I am from Sharjah University of Science and Technology, Sylhet, Bangladesh. Today I am going to present my pre-study on civic amenity center in different neighborhoods of Qatar that I have done in my thesis in BArch under architect Tanvir Hassan's supervision. So the first thing we are going to talk about is the context of the study, that are the fundamental things in the research area. In Bangladesh, high-density cities are facing a chronic urban issue. In the cities, public amenity buildings are designed in top-down method, which creates a gap with their user demand. They don't have amenities in the walkable distance in their neighborhoods, which raises a question. Now, we will look at our contextual situations. So our study area is in Chittagong. In Chittagong, land scarcity is a major problem like any other megacities. Due to land scarcity, there is no proper civic spaces around the city. With the help of World Bank and BMDF, Chittagong City Corporation did a survey all over the city. They selected several sites for proper civic and community spaces with required amenities. And according to CDA, there is a plan for community focal point at every community, which can be rated with this project. Now let's talk about the research questions. Here are some research questions. First one is, what is the current morphology of civic and open spaces? How do people behave in civic and open spaces? What would be the new morphology or guidelines for civic amenity center? Here are some references I have frequently used in the presentation. Next, we will be talking about the current morphology, a study finding the current morphology of the selected neighborhood. Next, we'll talk about the user behavior, a study finding the mass behavior in civic spaces. And then new morphology, a study finding new morphology of civic amenity center. These are the methods that I have used in my research. One is data collection, second one is data analysis and observation, and then analysis and process. For this paper, we have selected a commercial neighborhood in Chittagong that is called Ferengi Bazar. In here, we can see the parallel projection of figure ground, land use, building heights, roads, blue network and amenities map of the study area and its surroundings within a half-kilometer radius. Mostly we can see it is a dense area with significant commercial functions, mid-rise structures, and the site is close to the Karnafuli River. In this site there is no proper amenity building. From observation and data collection, we have sketched the infographic, orientation, approach, entrance, spatial organization, and configuration of path. We have done a physical questionnaire as well to understand the requirements of amenity centers. With the help of verbal interviews and sketches, we have made a mind mapping and that shows the proximity of distinctive elements. We have findings on our observations on the basis of the values of responsive environment. In this slide, we have sketched the path, node, edge, landmark, and district from the distinctive elements as the elements of the legibility value. Likewise, the observations and findings on permeability, variety, robustness, richness, and visual appropriateness of the study have been carved out. For new morphology, the first thing in the function element, the functions for the civic amenity center are provided and generated by CDA and service respectively. We can see the feasible functional linkage in here. This was linked with open space standard by WHO and other standards. For visual appropriateness, we can follow two major cues, or we found two major cues, large scale and small scale cues. The large scale cues are vertical rhythms, horizontal rhythms, skylines, and the small scale cues are the windows, wall details, ground floors, and bays. From the sketches of the site surroundings, we get the idea of image, form, and context of the site. On the basis of our study, we developed a design framework for the Civic Amenity Center in Firingi Bazar. As you can see, there the functional linkage or permeability ensured. By ensuring the access, we found a node, and there were two previous nodes in site areas. We tried to connect the nodes and then move around from the area, and these are the approaches towards the site, and these are the pedestrian approach or the minor approaches from the surrounding areas. There are some demolition, or there can be some demolition done in previous buildings or structures to make a green space or open space and introduce two new volumes or forms for the amenity functions. The green will arise or create a relationship with the forms and make a better approach. And this one is a previous conserved building or previous functional building adjacent with our amenity center. So this is the final design framework of Firingi Bazar. This is the functional zoning and form orientation based on the findings and achieved guideline. In this part, for responsive design, we are assessing the values of responsive environment with projected image of a schematic design. Here you can see the legibility, which is showing node paths and other spaces. Next is permeability and variety, and then is robustness with different kind of robust spaces. Next one is richness, and there is visual appropriateness. So in conclusion, we can say one thing: since this is a pre-study, we have tried to regenerate and redesign civic spaces, keeping in mind the urban design qualities and current morphology later to provide with a guideline for designing civic amenity centers in different neighborhoods of Qatar that can be facilitate future government planning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for our third author of the article, a study on civic amenity and center in different neighborhoods of Chicago. Is the author of the fourth paper, Halima Ejem Bayer, and Assistant Professor Dr. Figen Akpinar. Are you here? Because we don't have a pre-recorded presentation. If you are here, we can give you the floor to present in a few minutes if you have a brief presentation. Halima Ejem and Dr. Figen Akpinar. Okay, so it seems that we don't have the four authors, the author of the fourth paper, and unfortunately we don't have a pre-recorded presentation, although I was very looking forward to hear this presentation. It seemed to be a very interesting one. Okay, so we had in this session up till now three articles, three research papers, or three perspectives, let's say, from three different places in the world. The first one was a structural analysis. The second one was the use of spaces. And the third one, of course, that we heard now about the amenity centers. I would like, first of all, to open the discussion and see if any of our audience have any questions to the authors. If anyone has any question, please, you can just Okay,
Yes,
we have,
Professor. I would like to ask for the
Zahir,
first paper.
please.
She said about the problem, the structure one, the structure paper. She said about the problem in the structure, but I don't know when she had showed the photos before and after, what the treatment, what the procedure they did to renovate, to treat the structure to solve the problem. I think I missed this detail.
Okay, this question is addressed to Farnaz Faraji and Sadra Moradi and Sumaya Fadeh. Are you here? Any of the
Yes.
authors? Answer
Yeah.
the
Hi.
question. Hello, hello, good morning.
Hello. Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So basically the structure, like the renovation and the practical restoration that we applied to the main building, the Zahirul Islam house, was to try to use the same material that they have used, because mainly the material like the wooden columns or wooden beams all was from one of the factories, one of the wood factories that is still working in Tehran. So we try to retrieve that wooden like structures from the original way and try to replace them with those injured ones. And you like mainly it was just replacement that we tried to do it with the original material, or the like the semi-original material that we could find from that region, and put it in its place. So we tried to go like by this procedure. If I and and for like as a total, we use the local workers to renovate the building during the procedure. And for the photos from the before and after, unfortunately after like from the second half of the project, I left it to continue my work another place, so I couldn't have an access to take pictures and put it here for you.
And the compatibility of the material, that means you renovate with the same material with the old one, but the compatibility between the old and the new, was it easy? What the
It was
problem is?
it wasn't like finding the original material was a bit hard, because we didn't know the origin, so we need to like go and investigate and like ask local people how we can find this. And also another problem we had during the process was with the reforesting the material, because if we would use the original wood on the building, it would had the same like result after passage of time. So we tried to apply some material, some liquids to reinforce the wood from from the insects and like humidity, to absorb less humidity, like humidation and other things.
Yeah, we do the same. This is my question. This is my part of question, because we have to treat the material before you put another material to have to solve the problem or to have the main compatibility. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. You're welcome.
You don't remember the name of a material for the treatment of the wood? You don't recall anything? Was it German? Was it Italian material? Or you don't?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately, because of the restrictions, we didn't have access to Italian or German materials to use. So it was mainly the chemical materials that we had produced it in Iran, and their name is based on the local company that we used.
Okay. This is for treatment for the illness of the wood, and for the
Yes.
humidity, for the salt retention, for everything. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And for the bricks and other stuffs, we try to use like a reinforced clay.
Okay.
And
Did
we
you
add
have a
from
biodeterioration? Did you have a biodeterioration also in the wood?
in the woods, yes, we had.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from the audience?
Yes, I've raised my hand.
Please.
I raised my hand. Good morning.
Isabella? No. Okay, please, if
Yes.
you have a question, to please address the author and ask your question.
Yes, my question goes to the first presenter, Fernand. I want to have more details on the cultural value of the building studied and restored. I want to know the cultural value of the building. More explanation on the cultural value. The cultural value of
Okay,
the
the
building.
cultural value of the building, you're asking, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, the cultural value of the building is mainly related to 2 points. First of all, the architectural aspect, because it is a combination of a European style using European details like Corinthian columns, and the Iranian traditional structure that they use to form the buildings based on the 2 outside and inside parts, and also the usage of material or the roofs form. And from the other sorry, I need to mention here that from my perspective, the cultural value is equivalent with heritage value. So another point of a cultural heritage value for us was its center for the Mashrutiyet revolution, which was one of the really pivotal points in our recent contemporary history. And it was it had a really major political importance for people, for the society, and for the history of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have another question from Ole Tom.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I'm glad to be part of the presentation.
We have the privilege to have you.
Yeah, if you can give me 1 minute, I have some questions for the 3 participants. The first
Please.
one is for the role of the structural analysis in adaptive reuse. Yeah, from the definition, the presenter was talking about. My question is adaptive reuse exclusively only for heritage buildings? Because in the definition she mentioned heritage buildings. Is it only for heritage buildings? And okay, and then the second question is what was the use of the structure before, and what are you intending to use it now? Is it for housing? Is it for hotel? Is it for other purposes? And what is the justification? If it's for housing, why do you use housing and not hotel? Is it that you study there and the people prefer that, okay, there's no shortage of accommodation? Okay, so that is just the thing. And for the second person about
if you don't mind, let us take a question at a time, so we can answer this question and then we go to the second author.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so the first question was addressed to Farnaz, please.
Okay, to understand what was the main purpose of this building, I think it is necessary to know the history and how buildings are used in Iran. So this house was actually like a palace, but not for the kings, but for some political figures that and rich people that they can build it within the city. So it was a house which used by prior some level of the society, and actually for the new function of it, we had a common meeting with master students of Aachen and University of Tehran master students, and we decided to give a multi-functional use to the building because of its different values that it carries. Also, you had about the adaptive reuse. Well, I think yes, because I'm using adaptive reuse of heritage because it is my field, and we can use it definitely for different things because we can extend the definition of heritage to anything, I think, from my own understanding. So anything like if you define if you give a definition, your definition of heritage, then maybe it can be used for anything you consider it as a heritage and you want to preserve it. It can be a factory, which we had it under the category of industrial heritage. It can be maybe a small thing, even like an abstract thing, like maybe a rock even. If it had functioned before and you want to make it usable for the contemporary, for the current times, so it can be adaptive reuse. But in our field and in my area of knowledge, it is it is the kind of adaptive reuse that I know.
Thank you, Fernaz, for your answer, which I think you handle the topic very well. That you sometimes fly, but you eventually know how to touch the ground. Let's go to the second question by again Ole.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for the answers. You know, the second is about transgressive architecture. You know, from your presentation, if I understand, your transgressive architecture is talking about moving away from the norms, away from the normal thing, introducing new things. Okay, if I understand you. So I'm trying to understand that what is really the problem in the society that requires moving away from the normal people's values, moving away from the normal legal issues into developing new items. What is really the problem that okay, and is it a form of the opposite of maybe what we call transformation? Because when you talk of transformation, it's about bringing people's values, people's norms there into okay. But this one, I think translation, you are talking towards the end, and you concluded by saying you have to introduce new things. So what is really the justification? Thank you for bringing in new ideas.
Thank you for your so
Ingrid, we cannot hear you. If you can raise your voice.
sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
So the current architectural discourse now concentrates on building that depicted by pictures and visuals. So this kind of discourse is considered not revolutionary by Bernard Schumi. So this is what I'm trying to suggest too about the transgression in urban spaces. So my aim for this study is to explore the role and elements of transgression, because I think there is a need to see that the transgression is inevitable in the urban spaces. Like there are a lot of diversity of programs, function, materials, and so on. And so my proposal here is, why not we try to understand the negotiation between each cases, and so yeah, just try to know the boundaries, the limits, and then just when we cross the boundaries, we can see the other side. That's
But is there a problem with crossing the boundary?
sorry.
Is there any problem with crossing the boundary? Isn't these spaces are in fact given to people, so it's in people's hands to use them and in multifunctional way. So is there a problem sometimes in I don't know, crossing the boundary as you refer to this concept?
Yeah, of course. There are a lot of constraints when crossing the boundaries, but then again, we can see what we can do by crossing it.
I see. So your proposal or your conclusion is on the it's a way of documenting the actions taken on these spaces when we actually cross the boundary. It's a sort of documentation of spaces. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if Ole, she answered your question as well.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's a good answer. And then lastly, sir, the third
Yes.
present about a study on civic amenity in neighborhoods. Okay, this is a sort of case study because he do some specific study in some areas, and so I was trying to get maybe the main aim for carrying out the case studies. What do you really want to find out? What is the problem? And then at the end, I'm trying to see as if the topic can be like a study of the problems of civil amenity centers, so that at the end of the research is now highlighting the problems identified in the distance. But if we just see the topic, the main topic, a study of a civic amenity center. Okay, maybe the problems of civic amenities. The first topic seems just too straightforward. It did not really capture the essence of the study. Maybe you can respond to that. Thank you.
Can I add to that question?
This question was addressed, or it was a comment more than a question addressed to Sumon Paul. Are you here?
Yes. Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
if you
everyone.
can respond to the comment from Ole.
Yes, I heard your question. Actually, there are not enough civic spaces, civic amenity centers in our country. And we showed you a scenario that in Chittagong, Chittagong is one of our largest cities. We don't have many civic amenity centers. And because of this kind of lackings, we do not have proper functions or amenity services in every neighborhood. Because of this reason, there is a lacking over walkability accesses because as there are lack of functions in every diameter, in every kilometer diameter, people have to move too far or move a different. They have to change the places to reach these amenities. And there is also another problem that as there are not enough amenities for people, the public buildings also don't have a proper face or morphological faces or appearances based on the study. They almost look the same, and there is also another problem or a issue that an upcoming project is running or analysis is going on for government studies. That government is planning to do some kind of changes for this kind of amenity centers. So we were trying to do a pre-study to develop this kind of project, so people can relate or they can find a better place or amenities in one place.
All right, just to highlight before reflecting on your answer, that we are very over time. I think now by 8 minutes over time. But I personally don't mind, because we have the privilege of in this session that we have the lunch break afterwards. So we are actually taking from the break, which I don't mind because I have my drink here. And this is my lunch for the day. If you have a problem, or if you want to go for lunch, of course, you can, whoever wants to go for the lunch break can just do. But I find it very interesting discussion, to be honest, and I don't want to block it. Reflecting on the answer from Sumon, I don't know if I get it right or not, but when it comes even to planning, do we need to have a center of such amenity in each neighborhood? I mean, isn't that putting us in the dilemma of zoning and planning? I would rather always to have an integrated, amenity center among different districts or neighborhoods where people can join from different places and so on. So what is the concept, or what is the significance of having a centered center, let's say amenity center, I mean, in each neighborhood? What is the significance of that? Probably you have a very justified answer from your own context. This is why we're asking. You are with us?
Yes, there are 2 points actually. One is that there is a logical proposal from government that they are planning to build this kind of projects in every neighborhood. And second one is contextually that, as I told before, that this is a very cloudy and dense area. The Chittagong city is very dense and urban dense area. So the neighborhoods don't have their own characteristics, or the people don't have proper spaces or open spaces in their neighborhood area. So these kind of projects are very much needed in our context. As 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we had less buildings. So we had some playground areas or leftover spaces to enjoy these kind of public activities. But as the time running on, we don't have that kind of spaces now. So this kind of proper or perfect spaces are very much needed in nowadays.
Thank you for your answer. Isa, you have a question? You're raising your hand.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, my question goes to Sumon again. In his proposal, he suggested the demolition of some structures. How is he going to handle the residents of those structures? How was the intention? You have people occupying the space and you want to demolish for open spaces and green spaces. How are you going to handle? What's the proposal for the people that are occupying those structures? That's my question. Is it clear?
Yes, if I repeat your question, you are asking me how I'm going to demolish the architect or buildings in the areas, right? The thing is that these lands are the places I have studied on. The places are already government-owned areas. So government leases the places to run business or shops. So these buildings are also very old, and they are structurally not very much useful in these kind of functions. You can see there is also another building which is getting reused based on our functions. And there is a small building. It's a 2-story or 3-story. It was proposed to demolish to make a greener space or open space based on the requirement or functional requirement. And which space is also owned by government, so it won't be a big problem actually.
Okay. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any question, briefly?
Sorry, with the man is just and maybe kind of a little advice for the last present. The man, those that the presentation on the study of civic amenity.
Yes.
You know, I was trying to say, the topic, to me personally, it seems general. Maybe he has to give it a kind of operational definition concerning buildings or architecture or planning. Because as you can see, the topic, a study of civic amenity centers in neighborhoods. You know, a sociologist can give that kind of topic because there's nothing in the sentence to indicate that it's for planning, it's for architecture, it's for construction. Okay, unlike this other two, it's a structural analysis. At that, you are talking about buildings, transgressive architecture. You are talking about architecture. But studying on civic, maybe a political scientist can give, and can go there, conduct interview, and come up with these are the problem we find. So if possible, try to, since it's a proposal, if you want to go up, you try to see how you can customize the topic so that it will make it more operational in the built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ole, for your constructive comment and suggestion. I think this is why we are here. And at the moment, I would just like to ask a final question. If the authors are still here, Ingrid, if you're here, Simon and Farnaz, if you're also here. I mean, first, let me express to all of you how happy I am to be among you today in this session. It was a really very, very rich discussion. And unfortunately, I have, of course, a lot of questions, but I cannot ask them all. But the aim of such conferences and sessions are to give us lessons, let's say. And this is the common thing. I learned a lot from presentations today. But as I said, probably the common thing among the three presentations were lessons learned from the context. So I would like to raise this question to all the authors, and if you can briefly give us in 30 seconds, what kind of lessons we learn from historic structures, for example. What kind of lessons we learn from central spaces in the case of Salmon Pole, and what kind of course, lessons we learn also from using or the multifunctionality of spaces and the flexibility of spaces in the case of the second paper with Ingrid. So if you can just in 30 seconds, give us your reflection or a lesson learned from your paper, that would be great. Starting probably with Ingrid, as you are the first person on my screen. Please correct me if I'm spelling your name in a wrong way. Is it Ingrid?
Yeah, Ingrid. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. So my exploration generates patterns of the degrees and relations of transgression in urban spaces based on bodily performance of responding to a certain limit on all of the context. And the study shows that architecture is actually always open to possibilities that can intervene and contribute to social processes and other urban spaces. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Suman, do you have any to share with us? Any note, any lesson you learned from this project you have done?
One thing I actually saw and realized that there are many old architecture in our neighborhoods. Most of us, in our context, most of them are colonial period architecture and previous ones. But the thing is, and another one lesson is that there are many open spaces. Actually, it would be, if I say that they are not open spaces, but there are spaces, but they are not publicly accessible or not open for public uses. open spaces are present, but they are not for us. So there is a gap maybe in planning or something that if there is a open space, but we cannot use or we cannot use it for public spaces. So that's why we have a shortage of public amenities functions or this kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Farnaz, are you with us? Or any of the authors of the study on structural analysis in Iran? All right. So, dear all, I would like to thank you so much for your time, for this session, for sharing your experiences through this platform. Now we will be having a lunch break for 30 minutes, and then we will come back at 10 past 12 in Turkey time to start with the coming session. Thank you so much and have a nice meal.
Thank you.
Of course, the session or the meeting will be open. It will not be closed, but we will be on hold. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just on time. Welcome to session B of the day, the second session on heritage and cultural landscape, focus on urban growth and morphology. Of course, the floor is with the session chairs, Dr. Philip de Villers and Dr. Zahra Zawawi. So you may start the session whenever you wish. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Philippe de Villers, coming from Montpellier Architecture School in France, and I'm very glad to be the chairman of this session. And for the second roundtable, we will have 4 communications. First one, the speaker is coming from France, Poitiers, and from the Scientific National Research Center. And the case study will be Ayvalık, a Turkish city, and it will be an archaeological and historical research about the datation of the plain grid historical city center of Ayvalık. Second speaker will come from my architecture school, Montpellier Architecture School, and the case study will be the Greek village in Leucate in the Mediterranean coast, designed by George Kandidis, and it will deal about modern housing estates at pedestrian scale and the impact of morphology and vegetation. Third communication, a speaker is coming from the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning of Qatar University, and it will deal with the Pearl Artificial Island in Doha, which is an exclusive residential area, and we will have a morphological analysis of the Pearl Island. And the last speaker is coming from Alanya Faculty of Architecture in Turkey. And the communication deal with the new projects to design new courses for architectural students to establish a healthy relationship between residents and the city. Then we will have some question and answer about this second roundtable and start the third roundtable. First speaker is coming from University of Rabat, Morocco. And it will talk about artificial intelligence technique to simulate urban street morphology of Moroccan colonial cities. Second communication, speaker is coming from Nadja National University, Palestine, And the case study will be the city of Kafin between 1988 and 2000. And the communication will deal with socioeconomic changes that have affected Kafin as a result of political struggle. Third communication, speaker is coming from University of Indonesia. And the case study will be the Palangkaraya, capital city of the central Kalimantan. And it will talk about morphological transformations that lead to urban deterioration. And then to close the third roundtable, we will have a speaker coming from Yildiz Technical University in Istanbul. And the case study will be the turn of term. And it deals with coastal sentiments and as coastal zone act as a border and threshold in the formation of urban morphology. I don't know if my co-chairman, Dr. Zahar Zawi, wants to say something, or we can start the session.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Actually, nothing to add, but apparently they are very interesting, varying between coastal cities and talking on cities themselves, urban morphology. So we can start the session. Thank you. Shall I share the presentation? Philippe?
Yeah.
Do you hear me? Shall I start
yes,
sharing that? Ah, okay.
Yes, yes, I think it's okay. Because we'll have more time for questions, maybe.
Okay. Okay. Just a moment. Yeah. I do it. Let me stop the video now. Can you give me the to allow me to share, because I don't have the. I can't do sharing.
You have the permission.
Okay. Yes.
The first settlement. Hello everyone, my name is Hasan Sercan Sağlam, and my paper is entitled The Grid That Remained, Redating the Coastal Urban Morphology of Ayvalık. Before I start, I would like to thank to the conference organizing and scientific committee. Ayvalık is a coastal Aegean district of Balıkesir province in the northwest of Turkey. It is surrounded by Gömeç in the north, Dikili in the south, and Bergama in the east. It is not yet possible to talk about any direct positional correspondence with ancient cities that existed in the region, especially for the exact locality of the Ayvalık Historical City Center. There is a chronological disconnection that can be expressed with centuries. The first settlement appears in the late 16th century, according to Ottoman archival sources. It was then a significant village that the main neighborhoods were founded one after another until the mid-19th century with central parish churches. Ayvalık Historical City Center eventually reached its greatest extent with 11 parishes by the 20th century, all along the coastal plain and also towards the hills that rise above lower parts. The urban and architectural heritage of Ayvalık mainly from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, is a popular research subject. However, the origin of its regular urban morphology along the coastal plain was hardly explained. It was superficially interpreted as a new development from the 1850s, as a whole supposedly formed on reclaimed lands after the return of inhabitants from exile starting from 1824 and with the help of debris that appeared after the complete destruction during the Greek Revolution in 1821. This curious but unfounded hypothesis of a massive fill area was initially put forward and championed only by Psaros for the main zones of Ayvalık with different morphological characteristics. Afterwards, it set basis for a group of later urban studies about Ayvalık and was appreciated. Therefore, as if a well-established starting point for every new study about Ayvalık, it has eventually become a significant phase of the urban chronology despite its fundamental flaws and was not questioned since then. The argument of Psaros is a rather brief factual statement simply after the testimonies of Apostolakis dated 1914 and Karamplias dated 1949, accompanied by a series of schematic plans about the historical urban development of Ayvalık. Yet, no primary source from the rich 19th century Ayvalık literature mentions such a redevelopment at all, and actually even Apostolakis and Karamplias did not mention it. Therefore, this outcome is simply an impression, actually a misinterpretation. In this case, an unstudied primary source is the 1823 cadastral plan of Ayvalık by the Italian engineer Francesco Cassai, with an excessive longitudinal format with 4 sheets in total found in the Ottoman State Archives under the section Hattı Hümayun Hat. It has a linear scale of 200 meters and the plan shows the whole coastline of Ayvalık and to some extent also the road network and city blocks, as inner parts remain largely incomplete for some unknown reason. The work is actually a cadastral plan that indicates plots instead of buildings. Few of them are marked to demonstrate land use, but many of them appear unmarked, which is another curious deficiency of this work. Usual plots are scarcely marked with the numbers 2 and 3. A main artery in the center is marked with the number 4. Bold cutout dots indicate reclaimed lands along the coast, marked with the number 5. The plan has a 4-line legend in Ottoman Turkish. The plan actually shows the state by May 1823, in a time when Ayvalık was completely abandoned and devastated since June 1821 due to the Greek Revolution, when all the properties were confiscated. Its Hattı Hümayun subsection indicates that it was appertaining directly to the Ottoman Sultan himself, Mahmud II. A restoration policy was introduced in November 1823 by him, which allowed the emigrated residents to return and to get their confiscated properties back, officially commenced only in October 1824. The main arteries on the plan precisely follow modern Barbaros, Fecir, Gülbahar, Talat Paşa, Eski PTT, Gümrük, Atatürk, and Cumhuriyet streets from the south to the north. According to the plan, as of 1823, there were already some reclaimed lands from the sea through piling, which formed some individual, rather small plots along the coast. The plan also shows that the existing grid layout of Ayvalık with a surface area of roughly 12 hectares, excluding Republican extensions, certainly predates 1821 to a large extent. Thus, it perchance appeared in the 17th, 18th centuries during earlier urban expansion phases when Ayvalık was already a significant town. After primary sources, if we apply a hypothetical historical population density experiment, it appears that certainly more space is needed for the pre-1821 city than what has been suggested by the literature. Therefore, it also implies the pre-1821 existence of the coastal grid of Ayvalık. In fact, pre-19th century grid urban layouts were not that uncommon in Ottoman Anatolia. For example, Kuşadası was founded certainly in the early 17th century, as it is, though was superficially considered as a medieval Genoese colony, but is just another superficial assumption. Also, Navarino, now in Greece, and Banja Luka, now in Bosnia, are further Ottoman examples after the 16th century. Perhaps, even though the scholars did not explicitly provide the reason nor provided any further background for the striking plans after the reclamation argument, the motive was presumably a simple stylistic condition. The grid plan itself could only be a result of modern urbanism practices, which mainly preferred grid plans that quite often appeared after major catastrophes like fires. At first glance, the case of Ayvalık theoretically fit to all three prerequisites, namely an extant grid form, a 19th century historical context, and a major catastrophe, as the general urban planning literature does not stand against such a redevelopment. Conclusion. The grid urban morphology along the plain coastline of Ayvalık was previously interpreted as a novel mid-19th century development on reclaimed lands through the debris that appeared after the destruction in 1821. However, being a significantly earlier cadastral work in the context of Turkish urban planning history, an unstudied plan dated 1823 displays that the present grid substantially predates 1821 and perchance appeared in the course of previous centuries, as there was already a significant settlement with respect to archival sources. Also, historical demographics and a retrospective population density experiment supports this hypothesis, while the formerly supposed pre-1821 layout was considerably insufficient for the estimated population. Grid plans were in use throughout the Ottoman Empire before modern urban planning practices. Interdisciplinary approaches and authentic primary sources constitute essential tools for urban history studies instead of morphological generalization after basic literature and also questionable secondary narratives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inclusive presentation. Now we move to the second presentation, which is for the impact of morphology and vegetation on housing state sustainability. Just a moment.
Impact of morphology and vegetation on housing state sustainability. I did in collaboration with Rayman Model, Stefan Bosk, and Philippe de Villers, who work in the research laboratories of
Just a moment, I need to stop sharing. Sorry.
Hello everybody, I'm Matthew Paris, I'm a PhD student in architecture, and the work I'm going to present to you as part of this congress is called Impact of Morphology and Vegetation.
Dr. Zahra, I think there is an issue with the sharing. There is another tab opened probably in the YouTube.
Yes, just sorry for this.
No, that's actually a very nice break to us. You know, sometimes we need a break from the scientific.
Nice music, right?
Yes.
Sorry for this. Okay, now, yeah, sorry.
Hello everybody, I'm Matthew Paris, I'm a PhD student in architecture, and the work I'm going to present to you as part of this congress is called Impact of Morphology and Vegetation on Housing State Sustainability. I did in collaboration with Marianne Sansen, Stefan Bosk, and Philippe de Villers, who work in the research laboratories of the National School of Architecture of Montpellier. I would like to start this presentation by introducing in its context a case study which is located in Languedoc-Roussillon, today called Occitanie, a region of the French Mediterranean coast, and which has been one of the most dramatic examples of urban sprawl in France, mainly from the 70s to the 90s, and which still continue today. The explosion of the city, which has been published in 2005, analyzed the different processes which took place in 13 metropolitan regions of the southern Europe. The concept of metropolization of the territory was then defined by Francesco Indovina in order to precise common trends and local specificity of these regions. A key element in the territory of Occitanie is the type of housing, and more precisely the importance of the single-family house. The intensity of urban sprawl is deeply linked with this type of housing. Housing represents around 40% of artificialized land, so finding sustainable alternatives to freestanding single-family houses is now a major goal for architects. The creation of new projects has to be dealt with a higher density. The evolution of the architecture morphology has to evolve towards kind of forms in order to reduce or even stop the process of sprawl in the territory. The process of densification of existing suburban areas has to be studied and examined through the prism of climate change and their impact of urban island. We need now to work on the evolution of the usual instruments and tools in order to improve the knowledge of their impact on the reduction of temperatures in relationship with their architectural and urban morphology. This presentation aims to look at the influence of the two main calculation methods used in simulation tools in order to model mean radiative temperature in peri-urban spaces. The first method used in Rayman software is based on the formula of integral measurement of the radiative fluxes defined by Peter Hope in 1992. The second method used in Ladybug tool software consists in weighting the surface's temperatures with the corresponding form factors. Starting from in situ measurements during a typical summer day, these two methods are applied to one street. The results of numerical simulation are interpreted through surface temperatures and mean radiant temperatures. Outdoor thermal comfort is analyzed quantitatively through the physiological equivalent temperature to study the impact of morphology and vegetation. Finally, the use of simulation tools to improve the thermal comfort in summertime in outdoor space of middle density housing estates will be discussed. The case study is called the Greek Village. It's a grouped individual holiday housing in Port-le-Cat and was built in the 60s by Georges Candelis in the frame of the touristic projects of the Mission Racine. The village is located between the pond and the Mediterranean Sea at an altitude of 4 meters. Previous research has demonstrated that is a fundamentally different morphology from a traditional urban downtown morphology. The buildings only have one ground or first floor and are often separated from the pedestrian street by a courtyard. The on-site measures were organized on two levels. First, a thermal walk in the morphology looking for cool spots in order to narrow down the research area. Then, a street measure in order to characterize the street's microclimate. A thermal walk wandering and exploring allowed to detect, verify and confirm the neighborhood cool spot. The selected street is then a north-south oriented street. This pedestrian lane is bordered on both sides by I and discontinuous H. For the street level measures, temperature, humidity and mean air speed are monitored every 5 minutes at the height of 1 meter on 6 strategic spots. Those are selected concerning different street section and orientation, tree vegetation and connection to courtyards. The Rayman Model is Windows-based software. The model offers estimation of surface temperature of the ground and mean radiative temperature at a height of 1.1 meters. The model divides the three-dimensional environment into an upper and a lower hemisphere. The lower hemisphere is covered by only one solid surface. For this one, the albedo is none in order to simulate the short and long wave radiation. An albedo of 0.34 corresponding to a terracotta tile is used in this study. For the upper hemisphere, the distribution of the solid and free sky elements are required for the estimation of the radiation fluid density. These elements are attributed through a fisheye photograph. The geometric model that served as base for simulation was developed using NURBS 3D. The village break within the street of interest were modeled explicitly with high geometric detail. Surfaces temperatures of building, courtyard, vegetation, and ground were modeled using energy pulse simulations through Ladybug Tools plugin. The surfacings were no larger than 2 per 2 meters square, ensuring a minimum resolution of surface temperature variation. Smaller surfaces dimensions were used for the ground in order to separate the different types of soil like terracotta or natural and edges that are key elements for this kind of morphologies. In this figure, we present the result of site measure. The dashed line corresponds to the wind and the solid lines to temperature, while the black arrows correspond to wind direction. The measured wind speed in the area are much lower than those given by Meteo France, because the build morphology protects pedestrians well from storm winds. The measuring points can be classified into two groups. Points 3, 4, and 9 have wind speeds between 0.5 and 1.9 meters per second, whereas for points 1, 2, and 7 the wind speed is much lower and less than 0.5 meters per second. The coolest points are point 3 and 4, because they have the smallest sky view factors and wind high speed. Point 2 is one of the most uncomfortable spots. The sky view factor is the highest, and there's the absence of edge on the site of this point. Mean radiant temperatures have been simulated with the data of the radar station for the relative humidity and the air temperature and with the measured airspeed. Then two behaviors are observed. For the two spots 2 and 7, TMRT starts at a high value, increase slightly, go through a maximum, then decrease. For these two spots, the curves show that the inertia of the floor covering material is not considered. For the 4 other spots, TMRT start at a moderate value, increase, go through a maximum, then decrease. What differentiates the 4th spot is the time during which TMRT remains close to the maximum. Only 1 hour for point 3 and between 4 to 5 hours for point 1, 4, and 9. Surfaces temperatures of building, courtyards, and the ground were modeled using Energy Plus simulation. The surface temperatures curves obtained with Energy Plus have a much more regular shape with illustrated consideration of the thermal conductivity and inertia of terracotta tiles. In the figure, the solid line corresponds to simulated temperatures with Rayman and the dashed lines to simulated temperatures with Ladybug. The maximum surfaces temperatures computed with Energy Plus are higher than the computed with Rayman. The most important differences are obtained for point 3, 4, and 9, which shows a different consideration of the air velocity between the two simulation tools. The time at which the maximum surface temperature is almost identical regardless of the simulation tool used. Now we'll discuss the result with this figure where the solid line corresponds to the PET calculated with Rayman and the dashed line with Ladybug. PET calculated with Ladybug are unrealistic due to the very high TMRT. Indeed, PET is very sensitive to this input parameter, so for discussion we will only remember the PET calculated with Rayman. The results show the importance of the wind accessibility in the street on the comfort field. Point 3, 4, and 9, for which the airspeed is greater than 0.5 meters per second, are the most comfortable points. At no time during the day, point 3 and 9 are in the very hot zone, because these are 2 points which the air velocity is the highest. On the contrary, point 7, which is most of the time in the very hot zone, have no air velocity. Finally, point 3 is the most uncomfortable point. This may be explained by the very irregular layout of first floors. Point 3 is the only one that is protected from the sun, south side by the first floors of the two houses. In addition, this point is surrounded by edges 2 meters high on each side of the street. Given the proportion of housing in the territory sprawl process, finding sustainable alternatives to freestanding single-family houses is now an obligation. Terraced houses, semi-detached houses, patio houses are the kind of alternatives which are useful to consider today. The case study of this research, the Greek village, represents a sustainable alternative to sprawl by its higher density and a reduced artificialization of soils thanks to its pedestrian scale. The results obtained by the two simulations give very high physiological equivalent temperatures and a generally poor level of comfort. After all, while the sensations experienced during the measure campaign were much better, PET is very sensitive to the input parameter TMRT. So now we need to work on the evolution of the usual simulation instrument and tools in order to improve the consideration of edges and their impact on the reduction of temperatures in relation with the architectural and urban morphology. Therefore, the inaccuracy of simulated TMRT in relatively green microenvironment is mainly responsible for the inaccuracy of simulated PET. In addition, the very long calculation time required to simulate precisely complex and highly vegetated morphology represented an obstacle to the use of simulation tools in an architectural design process that requires back and forth. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mathieu, for this presentation. We'll now start with the third presentation of the second roundtable. I don't know if Dr. Zahir Zawawi is able to share the screen and start the presentation.
Sorry, I didn't know that I was muted. I'm sorry. Okay, now we'll move to the... Okay. Thank you, Dr. Matthew, for your presentation. I'm sorry for being muted.
I'm from Department of Architecture, the University of Indonesia. I would like to present my preset with the title morphological change in Kampung Pandut or Palangkaraya city in response to cultural shift of riverside communities.
Dr. Zahir, I think there is a problem because it is a presentation for the third round table, this one.
Ah.
The third presentation of the second round table is coming from Qatar. It deals with pearl artificial ice.
Okay. Okay, so now we have the presentation from form and function of the Pearl Qatar artificial island, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Includes a morphological analysis of the form.
Just a moment.
Divided.
Sorry for these technical issues. Now we are there.
From Qatar University from the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. I'm going to speak about the form and function in the Pearl Qatar artificial island development. This paper includes a morphological analysis of the form and function to find the correlation between socioeconomic factors and the spatial logic in the planning of the Pearl as an exclusive residential area in Doha. To begin with, the state of Qatar started as patches of fishing villages along the coastline. After the discovery of oil and since the beginning of the oil production era, the city began expanding and witnessed a shift in economic value and lifestyle. The compounded effect of increased population and the continuous growth of the oil industry evoked an exponential rate of urban expansion, which included high-rise towers, iconic buildings and museums, highway structures, industrial cities, and new districts such as Lusail City. Because of globalization and rapid urbanization, a plain urbanscape resulted in the city of Doha. To compensate this, the city of Doha began a rebranding process which involved reliance on iconic architecture where skyscrapers compete at the business district of Doha, the West Bay, in addition to constructing entirely new areas for work and recreation, catering for the global audience. Those areas include Lusail City and the Pearl Island. The Pearl is an artificial island located 350 meters offshore in the northeast Doha. The island consists of 14 districts on 4 million square meters of reclaimed land and is currently operating at 60% of its capacity. Each of the districts has a distinctive architectural style and are all connected via Pearl Boulevard. The largest of those districts is Porto Arabia, which is also the most connected district to the mainland and to the city of Doha. On the other hand, the most isolated and exclusive district is Isola, which consists of nine individual islands reserved for the royal family and hence is the most inaccessible due to privacy. Medina Central, Porto Arabia, and Viva Bahriya account for 40% of all housing in the Pearl Qatar, with of course varying residential densities. For instance, Porto Arabia and Viva Bahriya have similar building typologies which consist of high-rise apartment towers. On the other hand, Medina Central consists of medium-rise towers consisting of 3 to 7 stories. The data visualization is the primary basis of our data analysis of the form and function in the Pearl. Additionally, we searched the literature as a resource for information about the historical process of urbanization in Qatar and its contextual influence leading to the creation of the Pearl Island. The data collection included the use of satellite images from Google Earth and Google Maps to create accurate and detailed bases for the data representation, in addition to the use of photographic documentations to verify the on-site data collection. The data analysis process consisted of 3 sections. The first section analyzes the physical attributes of the Pearl, which consists of analyzing block sizes, the street network, and building
patterns regardless of functionality. However, the second section investigates the functionality patterns according to ground level land uses and active and inactive frontages, where the third aspect or the third section of data analysis reviews the quantitative information about socioeconomic factors and their influence on the physical attributes. We achieve this by layering morphological and functional results in a qualitative manner. We use the figure ground representation to analyze the physical attributes of the pearl. We found that there is a highly formal and organized geometric composition which utilizes the string of pearls concept in addition to the radial geometry to maximize the number of properties with waterfront views. In terms of scale, the scale of urban blocks gradually decreases from the west to the east of the island, where the largest blocks are located in Porto Arabia. Most of freestanding buildings and urban blocks consist of rectangular shapes, with minor additions or subtractions depending on the necessity or the need. For example, many towers in Porto Arabia at the ground level extends toward the promenade to provide more space for retail uses. This figure ground representation also includes the street network, which demonstrates the significant allocation of land for streets and especially for the Pearl Boulevard, which creates a segregation between the north and the south sections. This also have affected the transportation methods in the Pearl, making it a very car-dependent island. In terms of land use, the most dominant land use in the Pearl is residential, which varies in density from one district to another. High-density residential towers line the coastal promenades such as Viva Bahriya and Porto Arabia. On the other hand, lower-density residential units are situated along many external edges of the island, which are shown in yellow in this in this map. Porto Arabia relies on a heavy mix of internal and external traffic to function, since it is the largest district and the most approximate to the entry road. A closer examination of ground-level land uses in Porto Arabia, especially along the promenade, reveals that the public land uses comprise more functions than private spaces, representing 53% of all activities. Around 27% of those activities consist of retail stores, 20% consist of cafes and restaurants, and 6.8% contain commercial services such as gyms and banks. Although a large portion of Porto Arabia is operating, 18% of its commercial spaces remain vacant. Most of those vacancies are located on the southern edges of the promenade, which is further away from the entry points of the area. We define active frontages as any building facades which utilize windows or doors, enabling access or visual interaction between public spaces and the interior of buildings. On the other hand, blank walls with no or minimal opportunities for interaction at the street level are considered inactive frontages. The active and inactive frontage pattern reflects the inward orientation of individual districts in the Pearl, where blank walls tend to orient outward to the edges of individual districts. For example, in Viva Bahriya, which is an exclusive residential zone catering to families in high-rise towers, privacy comes as a main priority. All entrances to the Viva Bahriya towers are elevated above typical street level and have blank frontages or blank walls facing other districts. the same pattern. The building heights patterns show the continuous segregation of districts and the prevention of visual connectivity between districts where high-rise towers act as facades and act as blank walls between districts. The Pearl was always promoted as an exclusive residential area where a specific class of users are the audience. This socioeconomic status directly influenced the design and planning of the island, which was evident in the pattern of frontages and building heights, in addition to the street network. In terms of pedestrian connectivity, the linear distances in some areas, for example, in this scenario from point A to B, is less than 500 meters. However, the actual distance needed to reach from point A to B is 3 times the linear distance, which is mainly due to the buffering zone between those districts consisting of four lane roads in addition to a generous green belt. Although socioeconomic factors have influenced the formation of the Pearl Island, those factors tend to fade on the street level, especially at areas which include active frontages and mixed uses, like Medina Central, Porto Arabia, and Qanat Cartier. On the other hand, single-use areas such as Viva Bahriya have a very inactive and dull on-street experience, which is presented in those photographs where Porto Arabia is shown in the upper section and the two lower images are from Viva Bahriya. In order to enhance the livability and the liveliness, and in order to enhance the on-street experience of the Pearl, we could incrementally shift to more mixed-use districts. In addition to implementing more medium-density mid-rise buildings that fit the human scale and which improves the social presence and potential street interactions. Lastly, by reducing car dominance to create more pedestrian-friendly streets or even pedestrian-only zones to increase the connectivity between districts. In conclusion, after the discovery of oil in Qatar witnessed major transformational activities in the urban scape. Decision makers hence adopted a strategic plan for the city to elevate Qatar into the global economy and establish a brand image. The Pearl was one of the projects promoting a new brand image of Qatar. The findings of this paper, based on the form and functionality of the Pearl, show that there is a strong and clear spatial logic in the planning and design of the area, directly linked to the Pearl's socio-economic status as an exclusive residential area of Doha. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now
end the round go.
With the last presentation.
It's a live presentation. Hussein?
Yes?
Yes, it is.
Because it's mentioned it's a live presentation. We don't have the link.
Yeah, it is
so
a live.
Maybe we can ask Professor Muzaffar. Yeah. Yes, please, Dr. Muzaffar, can you start presenting your work? Yeah.
Let me firstly share my screen. I think you are now seeing my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I firstly want to thank the organizing committee of the conference for doing this diligent and wonderful work. And I immediately start with my presentation, which is entitled Gamification and Storytelling for Architectural History and Cultural Heritage Awareness. Actually, this was just a proposal. I have submitted the proposal 2 months ago in March, and the results will be announced in August. But I'm very positive, and since the development of a project, as you all know, is a very hard academic work, I thought that sharing the development process and sharing the activities and our methodology would be very suitable for this conference. And thank you for having me here once again. This is the outline of my presentation, and I will start with a brief introduction. Then I will introduce you our project at a glance. Then I will talk about our motivation, why we designed this project, and then I will go into the details of project activities. And towards the end, I will talk about the innovativeness of our project and expected results, and I will conclude. Yes, sure, I can enlarge the window, of course. Before that, let me, I think you can see it, right? Okay. Sorry, I am lost now. Okay. Okay, let me make a very personal introduction first of all. These are the images that I took from my personal Instagram account. And I would like to tell you a bit of personal motivation for this project. It has only been 8 months since I came to Alanya, and I visited the historical buildings of the city many times with great pleasure, and many others which are trying to survive, such as the Cilvarda monastery that you see here, with a great sadness. However, I was very surprised when I learned that most of my students at the Faculty of Architecture have not visited the historic sites in Alanya, although they were living in the city for several years. Okay, as I am an architectural historian, I may have been fascinated by the extraordinary architectural heritage of this city I have just moved to. But my students are studying architecture, and they have been living in the city for years already. Is it just them? No, few people in the city know the history, layers, values, and stories of the places they live in, especially the underrepresented ones, the disabled, the refugees, or lower income groups. They even do not have the chance to see them. For this reason, it is not surprising that some of the buildings have been left abandoned to their destiny, and the values of the well-off are not known except for the landscape. If we want to change this, we need to change our education system first. This fact is common not only for students of architecture, but also for the whole public. However, it is necessary to realize this with a completely new, innovative, and creative teaching methodology, not by adding traditional, inefficient courses based on memorization to the existing architecture curriculum, which is even alienating students from history and architectural heritage studies. Therefore, what this project promises to bring is triggering the awareness of cultural heritage, starting from the local scale, then to reaching the international scale. if we effectively raise awareness of our students as well as local people, especially children and youth, as this project directly aims to reach, we can ease the way that paves the road to protect our common cultural heritage. But we have to do this in an innovative way, right? By using novel methodologies and by putting learners and people at the center. Okay, I have 10 minutes, I know. This is the title of the project, Palimpsestes, and the meaning of the palimpsest is a manuscript or piece of writing material on which later writing has been superimposed, or something reused or altered, but still bearing visible traces of its earlier form. So cities like Alanya or cities like Istanbul or Rome are actually palimpsest, multi-layered cities, and that almost many historic cities puts into the target group of this project. Let me introduce the project at a glance. This is an Erasmus Plus project, KA220, a higher education project, and AHEP, Alanya HEP University, is the coordinator, and we have 3 partners: Mimar Sinan Fine Arts University in Istanbul, Turkey, Innovate from Volos, Greece, and DAA Architectura from Romania, Bucharest. What we want to achieve by implementing the project, well, the primary aim of the project is creating architectural history and cultural heritage awareness, especially for multi-layered cities, by establishing bonds with cities past and its inhabitants through innovative, hybrid, learner-based approaches, by particularly using techniques of gamification and digital storytelling. By implementing it, we want to change the mindsets of our students as well as the whole public, starting from the underrepresented groups in an effective and sustainable way. What activities are we going to implement? Well, we will first design a new course called Palimpsestes on architectural history and cultural heritage conservation by applying novel education approaches. This is an important point, with the complementing skills of the partners. Then we will make implementations at our universities in the second year, the second phase of the project, and at local levels, targeted particularly to youth and children. We will test the success of this approach with the qualitative and quantitative evaluations, which will also be designed throughout the project to improve the quality of the course and provide a guide for future adaptation. So this is another significant aspect of the project, actually. So it will be adaptable to other cities, to other universities, to other courses. So you are more than welcome to benefit from the results of this project from now. And what results do we expect at the end? Well, we expect to have significant improvement in architectural and cultural heritage awareness, stronger bonds with the city for everyone, and better protection of our built environment. We also believe that this project and its implementations would open a new path, both in architectural education and heritage conservation, with its original interdisciplinary approach, putting learners at the center into an active role and create strong synergies in academia, NGOs, and local bodies with its inclusive character. And let me briefly talk about our motivation. We believe that the protection of our architectural and cultural heritage should start from the bottom, not from top. And the only way to protect our and Europe's and the whole world's actually historic and multi-layered cities is to make everyone embrace their cities through getting familiar with them, knowing them, and above all, meeting them. Therefore, we designed this project as a higher education project, since most of the project team is from academia. but we particularly aim to work hard to make the outputs of the project reach every single member of the society by providing necessary adaptations to disseminate the results to anyone, not only our architecture students only. Let me briefly go over the project activities. I will divide it into two. The first one is representing the first year's activities, the first phase, and the second one is the second year's activities. By the way, the project is proposed to be a two-year project, two-year-long project. The first phase is devoted to the creating the curriculum for a new course entitled Palimpsests on architectural history and cultural heritage awareness for multi-layered cities. What we will do, we will start with a literature review. We will design the contents of the course. And as I want to stress once again, it is a hybrid course. What I mean with hybrid is not a combination of online and face-to-face. It is bringing together the cutting edge technology and the novel methodologies, learner-based methodologies. And these are the activities that will make at the end the content of this new curriculum. Timeline travel is one of its modules. We will create new timelines using the timeline travel mobile app that we had developed in my previous EU project. We will use digital storytelling. This is a popular technique. And since I'm a storyteller, I'm a children's writer, and I also want to share my competences with the rest of the project group. And I want to learn from them, of course. And the elements of storytelling will be combined into the course. And we will also use the gamification, virtual and face-to-face workshops, and we will learn how to gamify a course to make it more attractive. We will also combine a workshop called City on Trial. We will design a tunnel book, which is a model. I think my time is going up. Right.
Yes, Dr. Musawi, you need now to conclude in order we have some question about the presentation.
I will in a minute. And we will also design a guide, an online guide that will help other instructors to prepare a similar course for other multi-layer cities with a user-friendly instructions. So in the second phase, we will test the new curriculum with test lectures and local implementations in our cities, in our institutions, and we will evaluate the results and evaluate the impact of this new approach. So I will skip this since I am running out of time, and I would like to also show you briefly what makes our project innovative, but I think I need to skip them. Maybe you can have a quick scan of the screen now. And what we expect, once again, is to have improvement in cultural heritage awareness, strong bonds with the city, and protection of our built environment. But we will also expecting those concrete results, if you can also have a quick look at them. We also are expecting to have these concrete results, touchable results. And as the conclusion, I just want to say one thing. Thank you. And if you wish to collaborate, please contact me. This project also needs you. This project also needs your collaboration. And we are open to share our results with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muzaffar.
Thank you.
Dr. Philippe, we can start the discussion.
Yes, I think there is a first question.
Yes.
Isabella?
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. I want to ask the presenter, a very interesting presentation, but my question is, I want him to please explain more what gamification means. What is gamification, the context of the study? Thank you.
I think for me, it's the same thing. The last presentation was very interesting, but I don't know if we want to get into more detail, or because I think the time limit, maybe this is the problem, but it's a very interesting presentation actually.
Yes, but I think the rules should be the same for everybody.
Unfortunately, yeah, time can't be extended, but yeah, it's a very interesting presentation.
So please, if there is a site or so to have more detail about this subject, because I'm interested to know better about this project and about the gambling and the storytelling thing.
Of course, I can share more information with you. I can share an extended version of this presentation, but it will soon be published in the proceedings books of the conference as well. But please send me an email. I will be more than happy to change. Exchange.
I will send you an email to see it, if you can send me the site of the project. You said it's already published project you worked on?
No, as I said at the very beginning, this is just a proposed project. So we are still
okay, proposed. Okay.
So the results will be announced in August. But I'm very positive that it will be awarded, and I hope everyone will benefit from the results. So I type here once again my email address if you want to.
Yes, I think you can share it in the conversation box. So everybody.
You already did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the...
Actually, I want to thank Muzaffar Hoja. I think this is very interesting topic. And as a, how can I say, someone who is fond in historical buildings, I always love to see the sightseeing and the historical part of that city when I travel to somewhere new. I understand you, but I wanted to just mention something that the new generation are a little bit ignorant, even about themselves. At the first session of the classes, I always introduce myself, my background, and I try to, how can I say, understand the psychology of my students. So I ask their names, their CV, their background, what do they think about architecture or history of architecture, or what the, the course is about. I noticed that sometimes even they don't know their own name's meaning. They don't know the meaning of the city name. For example, as a foreigner, I'm Iranian. I know more than them, and I can talk in Turkish. So I said that in Arabic, this word means this, and in Persian language or in Arabic writing, this is derived from this. And I noticed that they don't know the meaning of their own names even, not even the name of the city. So they are a little bit ignorant. But after some years, one of my students sent one of those sticky notes that I wrote him his name in Arabic. And he said that I still keep this from you. This is the Persian version of my name in Arabic. And I noticed that if we encourage them, they are willing to learn. So this is very important, that storytelling that you are saying, or at the beginning, it really catch my interest that how you start your presentation, that they are ignorant about their own cities, their background, even the name. What does the name of your city or your own name that you are using for at least 20 years or 18 years, you don't know the meaning of that. So they are ignorant, but we have this, how can I say, maybe obligatory, or this, duty to awaken that inside them, that interest in them. So if they are guided in a true way, we can protect our historic buildings more. This is just something that I wanted to share. Thank you very much again for your very lovely presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, what we want to do throughout the project duration is to design ways that will combine the students, actually everyone, not only students, but everyone, with their local history. And we will use the gamification, we will gamify the course, we will gamify our activities, and we will use storytelling. And the students will, actually the participants will be able to create their own stories. And I'm sure that in that way, by playing a game and by designing a video story, they will enjoy and they will learn the meaning of the city's name, and they will learn even more about their history, and they will eventually want to protect them. They will embrace them.
Yeah, sure. My PhD dissertation is about interpretation of historic churches in Famagusta, North Cyprus. And we had this tour for the students for 13 to 16 years old. And we tried to just introduce the historic buildings to them. And we told them that there was a slogan that everyone is a tour leader. So you go and introduce these to your own family, then you come with your families, then your families are interested. So you come with more family, friends, and so you are the tour leader. Everyone is a tour leader, and they had this responsibility to listen very carefully that what I'm gonna go and tell my family about these buildings. It's really nice. Thank you again for your very nice presentation.
Okay, thank you both for your very interesting discussions. We have two hands raised. We have Diana now. Yeah, Diana.
Hello, hi. I'd like to also thank you, Dr. Muzaffar, again for the really interesting and intriguing presentation. It's really lovely to see that you're being connected again to the students and to really start the learning and the achievement process from, as what you said, from the bottom to the top, the usual upside down process that happens. So it's really interesting starting to speak about that scope in particular. Also added with the research integrated part, all of these writings also contributions. However, I just read something while you were presenting. You were mentioning the tunnel book among the curriculum. So can you just tell us more about it? What do you mean by the tunnel book, or how are you actually visualizing that or envisioning it towards the curriculum adapted?
You're asking only about the tunnel book?
Yes, can you just tell us briefly about it, because it's really interesting?
Yeah, it is actually a 2D, not a 3D, but 2D representation of a city. So it is like a book with different layers coming one in front of other. So if you look it from a different direction, you will see the different layers of the city. And by making up each layer like this, putting them one in front of other, then you will have in the end you will have the present day city. So you can think about this as a vertical model. The architects love making models. As a part of the studio courses, they develop models. But instead of putting them on a horizontal layer, we will make it as a vertical, book-like structure, and we will also add sounds of the cities, maybe some stories of the cities, some persons, people who have lived in those layers as the layers of the tunnel book. I hope that is clearer now.
Yeah, I was wondering about the content of the book itself, but yeah, it seems clarified now. Thank you.
Actually, it is not a book to be read, but it is a model. But at the end of the project duration, we will expect to design two tunnel books, one for Istanbul and one for Alanya. And we also wish to exhibit the huge books, the tunnel books, to the public.
We'll be looking forward for that. Thank you so much.
Very quickly, last comments or last question for Paul Thomas Turner.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be part of this presentation today to learn a lot of things. So I have maybe two questions for observation for the last two presenters. You know, I really learned a lot from the last one about gamification and storytelling for architectural history. You know, it's true that in recent times, students of architecture don't find reading history interesting to them. You know, if you ask them, they will tell you it's one of the boring courses, you know, because of most of the time, it will be about theories, telling them history, this happened, but the way you want to concretize the whole thing now, you want to practicalize the whole thing so that students will be able to see it. I think it's very commendable and they will appreciate it rather than just reading. You know, theory is really hard something, so it's commendable. But when you were listing the kind of, let's say, strategies that you want to develop, you know, gamification is just one of them. You are talking about gamification is, I think, number 7 or so. There are many other strategies. So I don't know, why do you choose the name gamification as the main topic instead of maybe a name that can encompass all the strategies, since gamification is just one of them? But it's okay, maybe all of them could be also be termed under gamification, but maybe you can explain better. That's one. I don't know if I can quickly comment on the other one before I drop, sir. The chairman.
Yes, but really quick, please, because we have 5 minutes.
All right, sorry, sir. The other one was about the form and function in the Pierre Qatar artificial island. You know, it was a nice presentation about the recent development, postmodernism that is going on in architecture over there. And then the presentation ended with contributions or recommendations. And one of them was to include bus services in the main city area to minimize all these individual cars and taxi. I think if I remember very well, that is one of the recommendations. But from the beginning of the presentation, we were not able to see the problem statement, as in why is really the problem that you want to study the form and the function of the city, or you just want to give us a lecture that this is the form, this is the function, and then at the end you can see contribution or recommendation. But what is really the problem that really started it? Are you criticizing, are you critiquing what is there, or are you trying to bring values of the people? I did not see interviews from the people confessing that yes, they benefit, the project represent their values, the project is good, maybe a bit of survey from the people who interviews on the perceptions would have solved that. Thank you.
Okay, I think now 6 minutes late, so
yeah, we'll move to the third round. Yeah. Shall we move to the third session?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So the third session will start with the application of genetic algorithm classification approach to study urban street morphology at neighborhood scale by Dr. Maryam Shihabi. Do the sharing.
I'm Shahbi. I'm an architect and urban planner and assistant professor at the School of Architecture at the International University of Rabat in Morocco. I'm very happy today to present my work called Application of Generic Algorithm Classification Approach to Study Urban Street Morphology at Neighborhood Scale the case of the city of Fez in Morocco. The rapid pace of digital transformation is stirring everyday's life activity with artificial intelligence. Computer scientists have been pouring countless efforts in making machines able to see and understand the world same as human. Machine learning can help finding strong correlations among data that must be given more attention, having the potential of solving complex issues that humans alone cannot. Today, urban data collection and structuring is an area of high demand, especially for machine learning-based applications. Satellite imagery is also a powerful tool that provides a big amount of data based on an accurate representation of the ground reality. It comes up with the precise data and high resolution, and recently became more and more available. The AI computational models are progressing day by day, increasingly becoming complex but more performance. In urban planning, the computational models have been used with the co-occurrence with the geospatial analysis in several means such as classification, clustering, and prediction. Classification to recognize land use patterns and so on. Here is an example of extracting green areas from satellite images by machine learning that can be easily used to perform any spatial analysis. Clustering techniques also, which are frequently adopted to generate model indicators of urban form. Then we have also prediction techniques using spatial regression algorithm to model future urban development. This research is a part of a global research but here we are focusing only on the empirical data studying the spatial components, focusing on the use of computational tools such as artificial neural network and generic algorithm in studying urban streets morphology for classification that help us predict relevant planning solutions. Urban planning, to meet the demand of today's cities, is one of the areas where machine learning algorithms are increasingly used to meet urban challenges. So the study focuses on the city of Fez in Morocco, which is hosting completely divergent urban fabrics, being the Medina, which is founded 1200 years ago, one of the most conserved historical towns, listed as World Heritage Site by the UNESCO. Then the new town, which is rival and exotic, introduced during the French colonial period. And then we have other fabrics which are manifested as post-colonial urban extension, which are mostly residential, generated after the independence, as the city of Fez had a huge expansion, especially coming from the neighboring rural communes. This research is aiming to define the duality of Fez street space via a comparative study to three major districts between the ex-colonial center and the two different post-colonial districts, targeting inclusion, human scale, accessibility, mobility, connectivity, and integration at neighborhood scale, and urban design qualities and physical features at street scale. Statistical analyses are based upon 20 indicators applied on 450 street segments in 3 different urban fabrics. The first case study is called Actel, the ex-colonial center, which is the highest concentration of public facilities, attracting more and more pressure from its surrounding. The second case, which is Nargis district, recently planned according to a grid as an extension of the city placed in a dense build frame. The third case is called Bensouda, post-colonial district that was developed without a prior planning, highly dense, being disconnected, segregated from the other entities. Data sources are hybrid, based on surveys, satellite data, action maps data, and other on-site observations permitted the acquisition of accurate information regarding physical features of the street, such as street width, street length, sidewalk, number of lanes, building height, etc. Qualitative measurements focusing on street planting and user settings, street frontage use mapping, business, public facilities, on-street parking, mobility and accessibility features. Above 10,000 statistical data are collected, filtered to be prepared for classification analysis. Without the data, machine learning models can neither be trained nor calibrated. Also, the size of the data matters. The size of the data and the model use are particularly important to achieve the best performance. The methodology followed here is based on space syntax tools to compare the level of integration and streets connectivity of the three cases. Depth map is used to generate action maps and the graph analysis of both macro and micro scale of the city components. Processing and analyzing the numeric collected data is based on statistical computational tools such as RStudio, using R language, and Spider in Python, included in Anaconda, which is open source and accessible to all. Using of depth map, various macro-scale spatial variables can be calculated and visualized. Studying the integration helps to predict how streets are used by pedestrians based on how it is accessible to them. The ex-colonial center scores the highest connectivity and integration values with a shallow urban structure, followed by the second post-colonial planned district. Then the third unplanned is the most isolated network with relatively the highest depth. Now mapping the street frontage use and relating it to the integration analysis above, showing how streets are used. Well integrated and easily accessible streets in the three cases are hosting the most of the economic activities and are thus highly frequented. We also note that the ex-colonial center scoring the highest concentration of public facilities, administration and commercial activities. The planned post-colonial district is less active, while the unplanned one is ranking in the last position and extremely dependent on the city center. Summary of the analogies and differences between the three cases shows a failure of urban planning is reflected in several aspects based on a monocentric system, while other entities are spatially segregated with a poor access to facilities with a considerable dependence on the center. This also applies to qualitative measurements. Mapping street tree planting using satellite data shows the significant gap between ex-colonial site streets canopy planting and the post-colonial ones, with a clearly divergent percentages. Statistical data of the analyzed sites are summarized and simply visualized in box plotting using R language to allow an objective comparative study. Matrix of correlation of variables shows the strongest correlation that must be given more attention. For instance, connectivity is highly correlated to street lands and business distribution and services. The same methodology is applied to the three cases, demonstrating how street network integration level is related to their livability and success. The contrast and similarities between the three studied areas can be clearly traced. Now, using all the data above, classification analysis based on machine learning studies, the design of algorithms that can learn based on artificial neural network tasks. We used here as a reference genetic algorithm on iris flower dataset on Python. These tasks are learned via available data of the ex-colonial site. The classification analysis and the comparison of the street's physical features and integration level of the three case studies are done using a computational coding language Python based on a test after 1,000 iterations. Zooming on the results of this test, it's showing a similarity between the colonial center and the planned post-colonial site, while the unplanned spontaneous settlements is contrasted from both of them with lower integration and a deeper urban grid, which can be interpreted also to be similar to the old traditional structure. The newly developed extensions are similar in structure, however depend on the center and generating a real break in the city, following a policy that is still favoring the center and increasing the existing social-spatial gap between different entities of the city. Finally, machine learning methods can help efficiently in simulation, classification, and better yet for prediction of the best indicator to support decision-making in an intelligent planning process. Urban planning should integrate artificial intelligence techniques to support livability dimensions to ensure safety and sustainability. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we move to the second presentation. And this is the transformation of urban morphology of the Palestinian urban character, the case of Qafin in the north of the West Bank. It's by me and my colleagues. Just a moment to do the sharing. Okay.
Hello, I'm Zahra Zawawi. I'm representing this paper on behalf of my colleagues Muhammad Akme and Amnet Haliya. Our paper is the transformation of the urban morphology of the Palestinian landscape, taking Qaffin town as a case study. Qaffin is a town chosen for this case study in this paper. It is located in the very north of the Tulkarem Governorate. It is right on the 1967 border. It's the borderline that separates between Palestine and Israel. Its recent history has been full of political problems and historical changes, as a number of different authorities have taken over the role of the West Bank, causing major changes in the area. And Qaffin, as one of these areas, has shown these changes in its urban transformation, as the urban form of Qaffin has constantly changed and is very different from its historical origin. This table shows us, as well as the figure, the declination of Qaffin's area. It is very obvious that the town is in the heart of the Palestinian political struggle, which has caused major alteration on the town's geographical extent. The town's original area was of 23,755 dunam. The dunam is 1,000 meters square in 1948, but we can see that the town's now is only 7,000. It lost like more than 13,000 dunams after the war of 1948 and 3,000 after the construction of the separation wall. In addition, like after Oslo agreement, the Palestinian West Bank land was classified into 3 zones, A, B, and C. And the C, it means that the Palestinians can do any planning, development, or construction. And so the available area for development, construction, and planning were left for Qaffin is 2,000 dunam, and which shows really how the very small, as I can indicate with the mouth, it's very small blue area left to Qaffin now. And this is, we can discuss another factor that has contributed to the change of the urban development is the population rate. The population rate is increasing while the Qaffin's area is decreasing, and shows us how the density of the built-up area is very high, a little bit for a town compared to other towns that don't suffer from this political issue. This paper supposes that the rapid transformation of all political, social, and economic factors have played a major role for the rapid transformation of the urban form of Qaffin town since 1948 and until now. In order to verify this transformation, we explored the required theory to analyze this urban form based on urban morphology developed by Consent, based on the 3 schools, the English, French, and Italian. So dividing the urban form into ground plan or town plan, and which is divided into blocks, street, network, and plot pattern. We have the building fabric and the land utilization. And this is the urban form method that will be used to analyze the transformation of Qaffin. However, we are not focusing on the architecture of the building or their typology, so we will be focusing on the ground plan town or the town plan and the land and building utilization. Unfortunately, Qaffin doesn't have a cadastral map, so it only has very natural big blocks of land. They have defined plot pattern between the people themselves, but it is not really indicated on maps, so it's a very just known between the owners of this land. So we will talking more on from urban form, dividing it to town plans, street network blocks, land building utilization, and the building pattern. This paper employs qualitative and quantitative approach in this research. So the transformation of urban morphology of Qaffin, we can see from this figure ground plan, the compact and irregular building fabric and of Qaffin. In order really to analyze the transformation, we took 3 zones from Qaffin town in order to do the analysis. The area to cover parts of the old town. This is the old town, and this is the area that was built in after 1967, and this is the recent area. So this is the master plan boundary of Qaffin. So the selected zone are based on the grid that developed by Qaffin's municipality's master plan. So zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. We can see from this development from 1993 to 2001, 2017, it shows us that the town has a rural character with irregular boundaries, definitely blocks and with irregular size. However, the town plan has 3 urban belts that can be traced. This is the first belt, this is the second belt, and this is the third belt. Zone 1 shows us that it's mainly the old town, and it's we can see it from the building pattern, the dense building fabric, the oldest street of, and building that had witnessed more extensive alteration, and also a little bit the northern area of the old town. We can recognize that the building pattern dense is less, the street network is different a little bit. Here you can see cul-de-sac street network, the big blocks at the town, and this is the old city as a land use, and this is classified as residential area. Zone 2, which is the western part of the old town or the ground plan. Urban development has started with the Israeli occupation period in 1967, and we can see it has a multiple form and different pattern from the previous one. We can see big building pattern, a little bit scattered. The street network is different from the previous zone, and mostly is here we're focusing a little bit. Here we can see a part of the old town, but still mostly it's like residential areas. Zone 3, it is the southern part of side of Qaffin. It is considered the newest zone, which has witnessed urban development, and we can see even the small block building pattern and a little bit low density compared to the previous zone. So these are the 3 zones and the 3 these selected zones, and the building pattern with the stable block pattern has been more prone to reflect changes that Qaffin's town witnessed compared to street network and block pattern and building pattern. The building pattern has rapidly changed through the last century, while street and plots were slowly changed. When I mean here with the plot, it means land that were identified by the local population themselves, but not the cadastral map. The following will summarize the result of applying the proposed theoretical framework of this paper. And on the 3 selected zones, we can see that there are random expansion of building, that the development of the zone, stability of street network, and the possibility for future densification. We can see the different building pattern and the different plot pattern. As a result, we can see this political mainly like played role in the transformation, transforming the urban form of the village into more inhomogeneous, scattered, and irregular fabric that contains many contrasts: the contrast of density, the contrast of organization, and the contrast of building form and footprint. And this is, we can see the high variation of building types and forms, like the size, the height, and the layout. In conclusion, we can see that the theoretical framework that we developed, like it was applied and helped us to understand the transformation of Qaffin. The urban form tells a lot about the political, social, and economic factors change in Palestine. Definitely, the urban form of any town can't be simply fixed or frozen, but the sudden transformation of this fabric in a limited period can cause negative changes of the national identity and cultural stability. Thus, the factors that have brought the change to the urban conflict are stirred by the unstable political situation of Palestine. Thank you for attending this presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahra Zawi, for your presentation. We'll now
You are
have
welcome.
the third updated presentation.
Yeah, now I have it.
Can we have a question now or later?
Yes.
Later, I believe, when we finish the presentation.
Okay.
Good morning. Thanks for the time. My name is Yasser Priyono. I'm from Department of Architecture, the University of Indonesia. I would like to present my preset with the title Morphological Change in Kampung Pandut of Palangkaraya City in Response to Cultural Shift of Riverside Communities. Introduction. Palangkaraya had been rapidly transformed and triggered the morphological change in both the environment and architectural order. The urban growth caused the morphological transformation, and in effect, the city of Palangkaraya continuously displays symptoms of urban deterioration. Palangkaraya City is the capital of Central Kalimantan province, divided by the Kayan River, one of the longest river in Central Kalimantan province. Bukit Jekan, located on the southwest, is an embryo of downtown Palangkaraya. Its position is at the corner of the Kahayan River and adjacent to indigenous Dayak tribal settlement, namely Kampung Pandut. Palangkaraya City as the city of model and model, or a city with sector, meaning because the invaders never colonized it. As the result, the city tends to abandon the culture of riverside life. When the function of the river changes, the awareness and association of Palangkaraya with the river also change. This study will enrich the diversity of urban spatial formation in Indonesia during the periodization of development. Study aims to reveal the adaptation strategies that affected the configuration of the riverfront settlement as the consequence of the urban morphological change. Literature review, Olivera, 2016. Urban form referred to the main physical element that structure and shape the city. They consist of the street, urban plot, and building. Quotating, transformational change is not constant, but rather start, cycle, and stop in a somewhat predictable pattern. Virgil Mantono, the urban kampung is a settlement that is in urban area without infrastructure planning and the city formal economic network. Architectural adaptation in Smith et al. 5 strategies or types of transformation in the process of building adaptation. Number 1, adjustable. Number 2, versatile. Number 3, refillable. Number 4, convertible. Number 5, scalable. And number 6, movable. Methods. This research will reveal the causal relationship between the morphological form of the Kampung Pandut waterside area and change in local people everyday spatial visits triggered by economic, social, and cultural factors. The arrangements and diversity of the urban form of Kampung Pandut are principally explained through analysis of two aspects, the pattern of street and the typology of building, using the strategies. This is a figure Kampung Pandut in the past, and this is a figure Kampung Pandut in the present. Street pattern. Based on material usage, streets in Kampung Pandut are divided into A. Asphalt roads, B. Uncovered street or dirt street, C. Wooden bridge or titian, D. Combination of wood colonnades, and concrete pads, A. Concrete pads, and F. Floating pads. Characteristic of building. The Dayak community selected the river bank as their residential location, refer to natural factor. The particularities of riverside settlement are contour pattern, topography, and the water level. The river tides accordingly influence the condition and situation of the building erected at the riverfront. The building in the Kahayan riverside area have unique characteristics that express the local structure. The typical of housing at Kampung Pandut includes number 1, floating house or raft house, Kumalanti. Number 2, pillar house, steel house, Kumabaji. And number 3, permanent concrete house, Kumasika. Land use. The case study area of the Kampung Pandut area covers 17.45 hectares of area with the following land use: housing area, open space, green area, the river and the lake. Architectural adaptation in Kampung Pandut. About the adaptable architecture, the spatial and architectural adaptation of Kampung Pandut is described as follows. Number 1, adjustable. Adjustable architecture adaptation occurs in riverside area Kampung Pandut, which has the attribute change in the form, pillar, element, or star. Number 2, refillable. The observation of refillable factor in the riverside area of Kampung Pandut from change in open space, dock area, and land area. Number 3, movable. The observation reflects change in the transition space between the river body and the riverside area. To adapt the topographical and environmental condition, houses at Kampung Pandut diversify, yet following the differentiation of the ground floor structure, including A. Houses on the ground, B. Houses with hull on steel and hull on the ground, C. House in steel, and D. Floating house. Classification environmental in Kampung Pandut. Kampung Pandut area divides into 5 classifications as follows. Number 1, river environment. Number 2, the lake environment. Number 3, wetland environment. Number 5, slope environment. And number 4, slope environment. And 5, highland environment. Conclusion: Kampung Pandut is one of the oldest villages on the bank of Kayan River at Palangkaraya City. The condition of waterfront environment is constantly changing, which makes the community must adapt to environment condition and in effect trigger cultural responses. Architectural adaptation found in the riverside area of Kampung Pandut are adjustable, refillable, and movable. Number 3, the configuration of the route and residential pattern are influenced by several factors, including A. The shape of the river naturally formed, B. the topography of environment of the Kampung Padat area, and C, the tidal condition of the riverside. This is my reference. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the next presentation, which is the evaluation of the identity feature characterization of urban waterfront zone, the case of term.
Hi everyone, I am Nur. Today I will talk about my study. My topic is the evaluation of the identity feature characteristics at urban waterfront zones, the case of Terme. My presentation is divided into the 5 sections. These are introduction, the identity feature characteristics at urban waterfront zones, the case of Terme, the Terme coastal settlements in the context of true user perceptions, and last one is conclusion. All living things, most notably humans, who have a role in the construction of civilization, have always been in an inner connection with water. This relationship between water and settlements has been in existence since ancient civilizations. When we look at the water sources, flowing waters such as rivers and streams have a distinctive place in terms of transportation, security, energy, agriculture, trade, and recreation, as they are the source of the life for many cities. Water is one of the most basic human needs. For this reason, it is seen that the birth and rooting and growth of many civilizations took place in coastal areas. The coastal settlements, which first started with the aim of meeting the basic needs, continues to reinforce its importance with the effects of the dynamics that have changed over time. The water element, which is seen as an important factor in the development and planning process of cities, has been seen as the most important social, economic, and aesthetic resources from past to present. These resources primarily provided economic benefits to the city and then supported in its aesthetic development. In this study, it is aimed to discuss the physical structure of the river coastal areas on the case area in an analytical and theoretical framework, based on the effects of the space on human behavior, and to discuss it through the concept of identity and cost. In this study, the element of water has been dealt with primarily, and the importance of the element of water has been emphasized since the beginning of the formation of cities. When the development process of the cities are examined, it is seen that the water element has a great importance for the cities and is an important component of their identities. In this context, the case area of the study is the coastal settlements of Terme, as it has a stream feeding the city from 2 directions. Assumptions of the study include 3 parts. These ones, urban coasts are urban spaces that are important to the citizen of the city. The second one, coastal spaces are spaces that are intervened with the city. And then, urban morphology affects coastal use. In line with these stated assumptions, as a hypothesis, the strong establishment of the relationship between the city and the coast makes the coast a dominant element in the identity of that city. The survey conducted with the citizen and the physical analysis made the area the methods of this study. In this map shows the neighborhoods that make up the sample areas and the region where the survey was conducted. The second part is the identity feature characteristics at urban waterfront zones. According to the Lynch, identity is defined as all the feature created by nature or by humans to distinguish all beings from similar ones, but it also expresses the differences and originality of an entity from other entities. When considered in relation to place, the concept of identity can be defined as a basic feature that is affected by these experiences that affect people's experiences. Just as every living thing has its own identity, every city has its own identity. Urban identity is formed over time and it shows a constant change in the formation process. While Kandar and Puntar express the components of place identity that makes urban space successful and effective as activities, physical environment, and perceptions. Montgomery elaborates on these parameters and mentions the existence of paradigms that form the identity of a place through their relations with each other. The factors that primarily affect the identity formation of cities are expressed as topography having a natural cause, cultural structure, and historical past. When the identity elements originating from the natural environment are examined, the water element is one of the important elements that make up the urban identities. Due to its natural structure, many cities form their structures with the water element they contain, and these structures are reflected in the identity of the city. The case of Terme. The city of Terme is located in the Black Sea region and is a district of Samsun province. The Black Sea region is located in the north of Turkey. Terme is a district of Samsun with the longest coastline. The most important hydrographic elements of the district, apart from the Black Sea in the north, are lakes and streams. Terme stream, one of the most important streams of the district, take its main sources from the mountains, are in the south and empties its water into the Black Sea by flowing from south to north. This stream also divides the city of Terme into two parts. When the environment of Terme stream is considered in terms of its relationship with the water element, it is expressed as disconnected spaces within the city where citizens cannot interact. The main reason why it is disconnected from the city is that this area does not have an integrated planning with the city and the flood problems has not been resolved. The Terme coastal settlements in the context of true user perceptions. A survey was conducted with 380 people living in Terme and 66 people who live in Terme before but do not live now. The research has two methods for analysis, and these cross-sections and cross-Galvez test. In Terme city, questions were prepared to express the effects of the use of the coast on the identity of the city and the awareness of the stream on the user. These ones, user profiles, coastal perceptions, Terme coastal areas, concept of identity, and perceptions of space. The first one is demographic characteristic. In this study, participants' educations and ages are discussed. The second one is first part questions of coastal perceptions. The word coast refers to the seaside for both groups. Second part questions of coastal perceptions of Terme. When the Terme coast is mentioned, seaside come to the mind for the participants in both groups. Identity concept questions. The place where most time is spent in Terme refers to the square for both groups. And then the reason for spending the most time in these areas is that it is to be central for both groups. Space perceptions. Both groups gave answer I agree to the statements. The Terme stream which runs through your city creates the identity of the city. And then both groups gave the answer that I disagree with the statements that the Terme coastal area has sufficient features in terms of spatial characteristics. And the conclusion It's possible to express the city of Terme as a city with rich resources in terms of water elements. These water elements appear as important identity elements of the city. However, it is seen that these areas cannot be used effectively as a result of wrong construction and planning with each passing day. And the awareness of the citizens about these places is gradually decreasing. It has been concluded that citizens see the river as an element that creates the identity of the city, but do not see it is an area that they use too much in the city. Changing the viewpoint of the citizen to the area and increasing the usage area is possible with effective planning. With these planning studies, the aims should be this way: reducing flood damages, protecting the buffer zone on the river to prevent transport of fertile soils, to connect the citizens with the natural elements along the stream and its surroundings, determination of current and potential recreation areas and activities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. And now a discussion. Philippe?
Yes, I think we have about 5 to 10 minutes because we are a little bit late.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who
Yes.
wants with comments or wants to take questions?
There is a small, I don't know if I missed this detail, but Professor Zahra, did you do some superimposition of the urban pattern of the old city and the new urban pattern in order to distinguish what's compatible with the old and what's new?
Actually, no, we focused on showing how the building pattern and the urban form of Qafin had changed through years, especially after the old town, as old town in every city is really very compact, very high built up area. But the difference is in the area that started after the Israeli occupation in 1967, and the one which is really with the when the town's area was really declining, and this is didn't leave much area for the town.
That means that you compare the new one with the old one. Is it matching the same grid?
Yeah.
Or you didn't compare?
Yeah. So I'm comparing 3 areas, not only with the old town. So we have zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. Yeah.
Now, yeah, but I mean, did you compare it? You see, the new one is completely different than the old one. Is there a
Yes.
like what we can tell matching urban pattern that can follow the old one if you want to enhance the new urban pattern? Is there an idea of enhancement the urban pattern?
It's about but because of the limited time for the presentation, yes, with planning. But unfortunately, the urban the limited area now for development after with all these threats it's only like 2,000 dunum, and actually the master plan is less than 2,000 dunum, and you can't even do any construction or development behind or outside this master plan. And this is the area you've seen, it is the only area available for development. So unfortunately, like doing some adjustment would be really a solution, but it is now with the typology of the building, which is really, I didn't have also time to present. And it's all now the building is going up. It's not going vertical, not horizontal, because there is a limited land resources.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
Maybe Dr. Zahir, I have a question. Did you interest about housing form and material used?
Yes, we did the survey to all the buildings that were constructed after 1967 and until now. And there was really a very, very interesting phenomena that after the separation wall was constructed, most of the people were working as a labor in the villages, the Palestinian villages in 1948. And they were copying the same architectural typology were built there in their towns. And now you can see very colorful, with colors and different typology from what the town used to have before the occupation and before all that. So really it's interesting. We follow the building typology, and even the architectural insight is completely different. It is different form typology and different plans typology.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
Is there any other question about the four last presentation?
Yeah. Apparently, no.
So maybe we will close the session, and thank you for all the speakers.
You are welcome.
And now the session, there will be another session, the fourth round table about the heritage and cultural landscape. So you can still remain in the Zoom session. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Philippe, Dr. Zahra, for chairing this session. Next will be this session again, of course, on heritage and cultural landscapes, focus on heritage studies, and the chair is Dr. Nihan. Are you there, Dr. Nihan?
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Dr. Nihan. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much. So now it's the start of the fourth round table with your supervision. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Okay, I will start the session. Welcome to 5th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. Today it's the second day of the conference, and I'm Dr. Nihan Kocaman. I am the chair of the session. We are the fourth round table, and the topic of the session is heritage and cultural landscapes, heritage studies. Today we welcome pretty interesting topics. Ahu Sönmez and Professor Minnet Tanaç Zeren, Dr. Yalçın Yıldırım, Büşra Ceylan and me, and Afrina Akhter, Ferdus Farhan Ahuk, Uma Roman, and Wahidur Rahman. They are going to represent their researches in this topic. Is there anyone? Now here with us? Yeah, I see some of the participants here. I would like to ask kindly to the participants and the audience to wait for the question session. The representation is going to be from the YouTube link. So approximately 10 minutes we have for each representation. So after they finalize their representation, just obey to the time and not to have difficulties with catching the time. I would like to ask you to ask your questions about representations in the end of the session. We have 15 minutes for the questions and answering. The topics of today, it's architectural project prepared through national or international design project competitions on archaeological sites as contemporary editions. The second representation is reflection of history on soundscapes, the Hanlar district case study. From picturesque landscapes to brand new cities, a survey for understanding the effects of protective structures on visitor impression, evaluating heritage site from the perspective of visitor satisfaction, insight from Putia, Bangladesh. I think we have interesting topics for today for the fourth session of the day. If we have the participants with us, I will ask a brief introduction of themselves if they accept. We will start with Ms. Zahu Sönmez.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to the session.
Hello, thank you so much. I think you can see me and you can hear me, I hope.
Everything is pretty well.
Okay.
Are you excited?
Yes, it's the first time for that reason. Sorry from now if I make any mistakes.
It's really common in between all of us, don't worry.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm a master's student in 9 Eylül University, and we make this study with Minatan Aksaran, our professor doctor, and also she is my thesis. And well, this study was produced from my thesis titled Additional Structure Design Criteria in Metropolis Ancient City Excavation. For that reason, it's also exact for me for starting my thesis project. And I think she cannot make to come because there was also another symposium in our university. For that reason, I'm here today alone. But I hope that you will like our study, and we are here for any questions. Thank you so much.
I am already excited for your research. I had chance to have a quick look.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a good research, very interesting topic indeed. And I have some questions. I hope we will have enough time to share some ideas. It's not question at all. It's just because of curiosity, let's say.
It will be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. And Dr. Yalçın Yıldırım.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Yalçın Yıldırım.
Welcome to the session.
Thank you so much. I'm an assistant professor at Bursa Technical University in Bursa, and I'm in Department of Landscape Architecture, and I'm holding both landscape architecture and urban planning degrees. And I conduct some studies about sound and soundscapes in some cultural heritage areas in the city of Bursa. So it was a tough but fun study. So
I guess so.
I am excited to share with all of you.
Very interesting. We are looking forward to listen from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Büşra Ceylan.
Hello.
Hi. It's also check if the sound and the camera is working properly. And we would like to know a little bit about our presenters of the day. Welcome. Will you speak about yourself a little bit? Will you introduce yourself?
I'm an architectural history student at Istanbul Technical University, and I study about archaeological sites.
Thank you so much. And the last representative of the day, Afrina Akhter. I guess they couldn't connect yet. So to use the time efficiently, with your permission, of course, I would like to start with our first presentation.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Ferdows Farhana Haq. I'm the assistant professor from Rajshahi University of Engineering and Technology. I'm the fourth presenter today. So I'm really happy to join this program, and I hope you all will enjoy my paper and the presentation. Thank you.
We are excited to hear from you about your research. Welcome to the fourth session of the day.
Thank you so much.
Dear participants, welcome to the presentation of our study with Professor Dr. Minnet Anaksaran, titled Architectural Projects Prepared for National or International Design Project Competitions on Archaeological Sites, its contemporary editions. Cultural heritage is the most important factor in the formation of urban identities. The archaeological heritage is a universal value, and its preservation should not be left to chance. The aim of the study is to examine the building principles, design criteria, and conservation approaches of the contemporary constructions and annexes designed through national or international design competitions in archaeological sites regarding the national and international conservation policy. Today, archaeological remains are exhibited in situ, and integrated conservation model is preferred. Two structures from Turkey, one from Greece and one from Croatia, were included in the study for analysis. When the historical process of architectural competitions in the world is examined, it is possible to see its development over time. With the 20th century, architectural project competitions became universal, and the power of the competition and the architectural environment increased. Structures built on architectural remains bring along various conservation problems. It is of great importance that experts from different professions and disciplines meticulously carry out the design and construction process together. Examples of contemporary annexes in archaeological sites can be museums, research centers, cafe sales units, experience activities areas, and excavation houses. Within the scope of the study, museum and visitor centers were examined under two headings: structures built in archaeological areas located at the periphery or outside of the urban fabric, and structures built in archaeological areas within the urban fabric. Also, there are opportunities and threats according to the location of the archaeological sites. Yeşilova Mount Visitor Center, a free participation one-stage national architectural project competition has been announced by the İzmir Bornova Municipality for the Visitor Center. The architectural competition was held in 2010. The partnership of Studio Evren Başbuğ Architects and Seja Architects won the first prize in the competition. The Visitor Center was opened in 2014. The Visitor Center is built on the third-degree archaeological site, which is next to the first-degree archaeological site where the archaeological excavations are still carried on. As a result of the excavations carried out since 2005, it has been revealed that Yeşilova Mount is one of the oldest known settlements in the Aegean region. The Visitor Center is a steel structure made of H-frames resting on a concrete basement. Steel frames are shedded externally with modern materials. The building has 2 floors. The excavation house is located inside the Visitor Center. Considering the criteria for designing new structures in archaeological sites, it can be said that Yeşilova Center is quite different from the Neolithic period archaeological heritage area in terms of texture, color, and material, and even dominates the archaeological heritage site. On the other hand, the Visitor Center has been deemed worthy of many awards. Information on the historic and characteristics of the archaeological sites is given in the specifications, but the archaeological sites regulations are not in the specification of the competition. As the surrounding of the archaeological site does not have a dense urban texture and the excavations are still continuing, the Visitor Center was built on a separate parcel on the border of the first-degree archaeological sites. The Troy Museum, a free participation one-stage national architectural project competition, was announced in 2011. Yalın Architecture won the competition and the museum was opened in 2018. Troy Ancient City is known as an important trade settlement, and it was included in UNESCO World Heritage List in 1998. The construction area of the museum is 11,000 square meters. When the architectural features of the museum are examined, it's observed that the building has a rear plane language. When the location of the museum is examined, it's seen that the surrounding area is quite open. There is no dense construction around it, and there are usually files around it. It is stated that the files usually form a regular grid system in the form of a square. This arrangement is an example of the landscaping around the museum, and thus the museum established a strong bond with its contents. The fact that the museum is compatible with the topography, environmental texture, and human scale can be said to be a structure compatible with the region. The construction of the museum building on the third-degree archaeological site outside of the first-degree archaeological site where there are no archaeological remains prevented the destruction of the archaeological area, which shows the value of universal cultural heritage. Within the project specifications, the map of the excavation area, conservation plan, and explanation words were given in the project specifications. The New Acropolis Museum. The New Acropolis Museum is an archaeological museum in Athens. The project by Bernard Tschumi was selected as the winning project in the 4th competition. Until the architectural projects of the building were finalized, 3 competitions were held. The 4th competition was held in 2000 and it was open only to architectural practices by invitation. The competition was implemented according to national and international laws. Tschumi, in collaboration with the Greek architect Michael Phytodis, won the competition. During the project, suitable locations for the foundation pillars were identified and the new plans set the building high above the ground on pillars. As the museum is built over an archaeological site, some parts of the floor use glass to let the visitors see the excavations below. Another important feature of the museum building is the relationship with the Parthenon. The Acropolis Hill is a major inspiration for the interior design. The building was also a target of criticism and comments from the moment it was built. The museum structure is in the center of Athens, where the urban fabric is very dense. It is a universal task to transfer the archaeological remains and knowledge that have emerged in the city center and have survived to the present day. The ruins must be preserved in situ, but in the environment where there is a dense urban texture, it was inevitable to solve the conservation action together with the archaeological remains. Considering the location and surrounding of the museum, every point around it can be considered as a potential archaeological site. This situation, which can be described as a great value and potential, can sometimes appear as a threat in the design and construction process. Although the archaeological remains were affected by the construction activities during the construction of the museum structure, when the resultant structure is observed, the visit of the visitors to the building, together with the archaeological remains, can be effective in increasing the value and awareness of the archaeological site, and in raising the awareness of conservation and the visitors. And our last example, the Narona Archaeological Museum is in a village in the Republic of Croatia. In 2001, an architectural and government competition was held for the Narona Museum. Goran Rakov won the competition. The museum opened its doors in 2007. Narona was an ancient settlement on the eastern Adriatic coast, which was also an important center during the late Roman period. The museum was built on the archaeological remains of a Roman temple from the late 1st century BC. The Narona Archaeological Museum is referred to as the first museum building in the Republic of Croatia, which is an on-site museum. The building was built on the ruins of ancient buildings, considering the slope of the hills behind it. The ancient architectural remains are presented in situ. Also, an ancient mosaic floor is presented in situ in a room. Reinforced concrete and exposed steel were used in the construction. Narrow plastic panels were positioned to let the diffused light in. The museum structure was built on the remains to be preserved in situ, since the archaeological remains are in the presential fabric. Topographic conditions were also considered during the design of the museum structure. No information or document could be found that the international regulations were guiding during the design of the building. Cultural heritage is the most important factor in the formation of urban identities. The more information visitors can learn about archaeological heritage sites, the higher the conservation awareness and conservation value will be. The competition projects for the protection of archaeological sites, which are universal heritages, is of great importance in the creation of original and high value-added designs. One of the most important steps in this process is to comply with international regulations on conservation. In some conservation process, it's possible to carry out studies in accordance with the international regulations, while in some cases it cannot. Considering that archaeological sites are a universal cultural heritage, all kinds of conservation activities planned for these heritage sites should be carried out by authorized conservation bodies within the framework of national or international conservation laws. In this direction, national or international architectural project competitions should be considered as very important processes that serve this purpose. Thus, all kinds of positive interventions set an example for other archaeological sites, and all kinds of negative interventions are provided with the opportunity to be overtaken in a timely manner. Here are our references, and we thank you for your attention.
We thank you too. Let's continue with the second presentation with Dr. Yalçın Yıldırım.
Hello, everyone.
I'm Yalçın Yıldırım. I'm assistant professor at the Bursa Technical University at the Department of Landscape Architecture. And I'll be talking about today my subject, which is about reflection of history on soundscapes, the Halna district case study in Bursa. So I would like to talk about here is my content. I'd like to talk about some introduction. Then I will just a little bit give a brief information on history and cultural heritage, then a little bit cultural heritage and how soundscape is related to each other, and then location where I conducted this study, some information about that, and then how data collection was proceeded in this study, and then some basic findings, key findings of the study, and then I'll conclude with the discussion and conclusion session of my presentation. And for introduction, history and cultural heritage is very important in the world, but my country, Turkey, there are some recent progress on this subject, and almost 1,000 cultural heritage areas in the world, and almost 20 of them are located in Turkey. And this is somehow a very unique case for the context of this study. And there are many studies in cultural heritage and regarding, for instance, tourism, history, and urban studies, urban planning, and city branding. However, it's very rare or underexplored in terms of sound. So cultural heritage and sounds are somehow important because when we are trying to preserve the cultural heritage relics of this context, sound is always underexplored, and this study is somehow aiming to address that gap in the literature. And what is soundscape? Soundscape is somehow recent context. It's like a couple of decades ago by Schaeffer, and it's basically refers to the sound in an environment that an individual can hear. So for this regard, in a cultural heritage area, no matter what the sound sources or context, it can be heard. It's called the soundscapes of cultural heritage. So I would like to share somehow how this study is going through, and I would like to share the context. So here's Turkey, the map of Turkey, and where the city of Bursa is located on top right. Then I would like to extend gradually. I'm going through the study area, and there are some 6 historical area in this city, and I would like to focus on one of them, which is in city center, and I will give more detailed information right now, and here it is. So in one of them, there is Hanlar district, which is which consists of various architectural unique buildings, and they were all built up in different time of the era. For instance, some of them were built in 12th century, some of them are in 13th or 14th century, and with the capital of Ottoman Empire. So each king, they build up some unique architectural district in here based on their name and different functions. And this map is showing the study areas somehow, and especially the 4 red area is showing those town districts in the city center. There are some literature in cultural heritage and soundscapes, sounds in this regard, and some of them are really focusing on pure sound. And again, this is a very recent subject. As you can see, it's only 5 or 10 years, and it's very rare. And some studies are focusing on technical aspects like mapping, virtual reality, or some web-based applications through some sound museums, etc. And some of them are really focused on the pure theory and sound classification, or for conserving or preserving the sounds in this area. However,
I would like to focus on urban design and urban studies aspects of this site. And the data collection consists of two key aspects. One of them is archival study, the secondary data analysis, to deep diving into these districts, unique architectural pieces first, then going through the sites and on-site measurements of sound in different locations of this area, then giving some comparison ideas of what are differences, is it okay level or excessive level of sound. So I will give you some information in that. So this photo is showing the entire study area, kind of. As you can see, architectural pieces, and there are many, like 7 to 8 different buildings, as you can see here. So there's some Han, it's like of construction atriums in it, and then some surrounded by buildings, very historical, but they're all built up different years and even centuries. So that makes it unique in this area, and it's exactly in the core area of the city. So this is showing that the top right is the photo, aerial photo, and then left bottom is how we approach the site. So we draw this one in some CAD application, and then we decided sound measurement location on the almost each corner and then center of these districts for architecture. For instance, H1, H2, 3, 4 is located on the left bottom, which is also showing in here. So we measure the sounds of these 4 corners plus the center of those each architecture. And eventually we had 21 sound measurement locations in these almost 7 or 8 pieces of architecture. We measured the sounds in different times of the day, morning, afternoon, and evening, plus different days of the day. For instance, weekday versus weekends, because this site is heavily used for daytime or some evening, but still we want to make sure which time of the day, which day of the week is really to give some more deep.
I'm sorry for the...
And after measuring, we made almost 700 sound measurement site. As you can see, it has different names with 21 different locations. And first one is showing the average sound level on each location. So, and then we also want to make sure morning versus afternoon and weekday versus weekend measurements. Generally speaking, afternoons are noisier than morning, and weekends are noisier than weekday. If it gives you some, comparison. And the first column is showing average sound, no matter what time or day of the week, kind of. However, it's on the side of, for instance, 60s and 72, 73 decibel, and it's consistent, but in terms of World Health Organization and some other associations, it looks a little bit slightly over the expected values. However, considering this site is located in the core city of location, it's not that bad. So in terms of discussion and conclusion, does cultural heritage under pressure in terms of sound? In this context, we can say, yes, it is. Some urban design or urban studies precautions or some planning aspects or even policy for urban design should be considered in this regard. This is a very important point because these are the average values. Sound values were showing, for instance, 90 decibel, which is excessively high for this area. It's just because of, as you can see, some gray area in this site. It's like kind of for transportation, and it's heavily used by public transportation and personal vehicles, etc. So they result in a lot of noise areas under pressure. And also, it's heavily used by people, like tens of people, thousands of people per day using this area because it's commercial area, historical location, it's museum, it's mosque, it's, like tons of different functions. People are coming, both local and tourists. So in terms of this one, sound should be kind of planned and taken into account in this regard. And urban planning and landscape architecture disciplines should integrate this site in terms of sound, because again, this is important for both built environment and natural environment. And people are coming here for different purposes. At the same time, they are exposed to a lot of noise. So it should be considered as some, some technical pieces in this area. And for sure, local authorities should have some roles. For instance, they can make some quiet zones or quiet hours in this site, or some masking compared to transportation or some road aspects. Or there are some masking or some, some historical, giving some vibes or preserving the existing historical sound may give some information or may give some good vibes area, this environment, say. And these are all from me for now, and these are kind of preliminary findings, and hopefully I will extend this study more. But thank you so much for your attention, and please shoot me an email if you have any question or any collaboration or any clarification I can make. So I really like to say thank you so much for your attention. Thanks.
We thank to Dr. Yildirim also. Let's continue with the third presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Büşra Ceylan. I'm an architectural history student at Istanbul Technical University. I would like to present our research that is titled as From Picturesque Landscapes to Brand New Cities, a survey for understanding the effects of protective structures on visitor impression. Presentation is divided into 5 main chapters. Those are Introduction, Methodology, Findings, Evaluation, Questionnaire, and Conclusion. In order to prevent the destruction of immovable architectural artifacts unearthed in archaeological sites, it is observed that protective structures are applied. A considerable number of applications for both temporary and permanent protective structures have significant differences in terms of design, scale, and material, whereas the visitor impression is not particularly taken into account. In this study, protective structures are classified according to their practice in the archaeological sites, and a survey-based evaluation is reviewed in which visitors indicate responses for their impressions. Furthermore, it has been stated that even though there are principles for new structures provisioned by international charters and regulations, there are not only professional approaches but also visitor impressions and experiences that should be considered as design criteria. In the conclusions, the paper points out the importance of engagement of visitor in the design process regarding the side effect of the protective structures. Protective coverings and shelters are classified as below according to their most common practice in the archaeological sites. It is also possible to classify them considering their duration, such as permanent and temporary coverings, or their scale, such as holistic or small-scale unit coverings. In this research, it is assumed that the protective coverings and shelters are applied permanently on the monuments as a structure. These protective structures and roofs can be a local solution that is protecting a single architectural monument, or a holistic solution that covers the archaeological site. This futuristic project for covering the Acropolis of Athens was designed in 1977 by the architects. The participation of the stakeholders during the design of a protective structure on an archaeological site in Turkey has not been analyzed yet. The stakeholder opinion is essential, in particular for the visual appearance of the protective structures. Hence, the research aims to clear out the involvement of the public to the design process. Problem examined in the context of the research. Who? Different ages and different professions. Why? General visitors have a very different point of view than the designers. What? A questionnaire proposed to Zahir and involved public to decision-making process. How? Verified through observations and evaluation questionnaire. When? Applied in the social media and email groups in 2022. Methodology proposed questionnaire. The questionnaire is the methodology of the research to understand the visitor opinions about the visual aspects of structures that are used for the protection of the archaeological sites and/or architectural remains on the sites. The research is also a tool for pointing out the level of the participation of the public in the design process of the protection rules applied in archaeological sites. Questionnaire evaluation public opinion submitted by 129 participants. Yes or no answers. Scale 1 to 5 to express the level of agreement. Open-ended questions. 3 sets of questions. Part 1 general profile. Part 2 focus on protective structures. Part 3 additional critics. Part 1. A1, what is your age? A2, what is your profession, department? Part 2, B1, do you agree that protective structures are effective on the visuality of architectural remains? B2, do you agree that protective structures are effective on the visuality of the archaeological sites? C1, do you agree that protective structures are changing the authenticity of the architectural remains? C2, do you agree that protective structures are changing the authenticity of the archaeological site? Questionnaire evaluation part 3. D1, as a visitor, are you satisfied by the protective structures that you encountered in the archaeological sites? D2, what kind of materials that are used in protective structures are more interesting for you from the visual point of view? E1, do you think digital applications can create an alternative to protective structures? E2, what are the protective structures applications that you consider as a successful example? Finding, observations, and author's opinion. From the observation of the questionnaire, it can be highlighted that the average age of the participants are in between 20 to 29, and the level of education is commonly bachelor. The participants agree on that the protective structures are effective on the visuality of architectural remains and archaeological sites. The participants agree on that the protective structures are changing the authenticity of the architectural remains and archaeological sites. As a visitor, the participants are not satisfied by the protective structures that they encountered in the archaeological sites. The participants mostly prefer wood and glass structures as a protective structure. The participants mostly think that digital applications can create an alternative to protective structures. The participants consider Göbekli Tepe and Çatalhöyük protective structure applications as a successful examples. Conclusion: a questionnaire for the design of the protective structures has been presented. In the author's opinion and accordingly to the evaluation questionnaire, the analysis shows existing examples are not satisfied for public and involvement of public in decision-making process inefficient, particularly for the visual appearance of the protective structures. In order to verify its reliability, the next step in the research will consist of extending the questionnaire to professionals and other groups of stakeholders, propose visual questions for the design of the protective structures. And thank you for listening.
Thank you too. We will continue with the last representation of today. Then hopefully, if we have enough time, we will continue with the questions of the audience.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to Alanya Health University for inviting me to this conference. And it is a great opportunity for me to share my research. I conducted this research in a small heritage site of Rajshahi division of Bangladesh, which is called Bhutia. And the title of my research is Evaluating Heritage Site from the Perspective of Visitor Satisfaction Insight from Bhutia, Bangladesh. So let's see a few things about the background of this research. Well, we chose the Bhutia Rajbari area because of its unique and exceptional and distinctive architectural design and its irreplaceable character. Especially, there are lots of places in Bangladesh which has heritage characteristics, but Bhutia is special because the site is very natural still. It has the character of a small village, and the site is not much spoiled yet. Most importantly, in this site, you can see the cluster of many heritages. which gives the distinctive character of this site. I mean, if you can take a walk into the roads of this small site, you can feel the character of the heritage district, which is very distinctive and unique. So that's why we chose this site. And another important factor was this site is not explored well, although it is an enlisted heritage site of Bangladesh Archaeology Department, but this site is not well exposed to the people. And although there are lots of people come to visit this site, and they are mostly the local people, but this site has the potential to be developed to be internationally recognized. So by evaluating the potentials of the site, we chose this site, and we wanted to investigate further how this site can be developed and further improved. So in terms of our aim of this study, we mostly wanted to explore the heritage resources of the site, as the present literatures do not express much about the heritage resources of Putia. That's why we wanted to explore the heritage resources of the site. Secondly, as this site is visited by a number of people every year, although they are local people, we wanted to calculate, or we wanted to develop methodology so that we can calculate the satisfaction level of the users about various facilities of the site, and overall we can measure the satisfaction level of the tourists. And thirdly, we wanted to explore a few means for making this place a better tourist area by integrating the local community and tourist recognition. So before going into the details of the study, we investigated the existing literatures, what it talks about the Putia site and what it talks about the measurement of the tourist satisfaction level. So here we saw that there are a few very limited study has been conducted on the Putia site. Especially we found only one significant study that was conducted by a student of the architecture department of BUET, who conducted on his bachelor thesis on this site, and he proposed the master plan for the conservation of this site. And his study was only limited to the main palace and the immediate surroundings. But as I mentioned earlier, this site is quite big and it is kind of a small village. So he only focused on one significant building and the conservation of the surroundings. So that's why we wanted to explore further about the heritage resources of this site. And about the methodology, we found one study that actually calculated the tourist satisfaction of heritage site of Dhaka city, which was based on the Likert scale, and it also proposed the ways of calculating visitor satisfaction. So our study got some sort of methodological inspiration from this study. And here you can see the picture of the site. I mean, it's a site map, and you can see that it is located on the northwest portion of the Bangladesh. And these are few real pictures of the site, and you can guess that how natural the site is, and this site is not much spoiled. That's why it has much more potential to be conserved and preserved well, and it has a potential to be developed as a tourist-friendly site. And this is some part of my methodology, and this just shows the complex variables and the simple variables that I used to complete my questionnaire design, which relates to the objectives of the study. This is a sample of my questionnaire. We conducted two types of questionnaire survey. One was for the tourists, and the tourists were asked about their to rank their conception and the expectation regarding various indicators which are presented here. And based on their perception and the expectation level, we calculated our customer satisfaction index at the end. And this one is the question for the staffs, locals, and the experts. And our sample size was 230 overall. We conducted our regression analysis which actually identified the important indicators that directly correlate with the satisfaction level of the tourists, and later we performed the important performance analysis, and finally we developed the customer satisfaction index. And this is the methods of the calculating customer satisfaction index. We will see the details of it later. And these are the simple explanation of the values that we have used in our method. And now let's talk about the results and discussion. So our first objective was to explore the heritages of the site. So for this part, we actually conducted an observation survey, and we talked to the staffs and the locals of the area to know the history of the site, and to identify the locations of the various temples and the palace and everything, every heritage resources. And we have prepared a GIS map of the site. And on the GIS map, by using the tools of the GIS, we prepared this map where you can see the exact locations of various heritage resources of the site. We have the details of the history of each of these heritages that are given in the final journal, final paper that I submitted. And these are a few proper picture of the heritages. As you can see, I haven't given all the pictures, just significant ones. And in this site, one Putia Palace, which is very important. There are a few residents of the employees of that time, and most of the buildings are temples. Well, before calculating the customer satisfaction index, we actually investigated the type of the visit and the characteristics of the visitors, and we have found that most of the visitors are 15 to 30 years of age, and they visit this place during Eid, Puja, and any type of fair which is organized here in these occasions. And their frequency of visit is once in a lifetime is almost 75%, once in a month is 15%, and once in a year is 25%. And they come with their friends or family. They mostly do not come alone in this place, and most of the student persons are almost 33.5% tourists are students, and they come for the recreational purpose as well as educational and knowing history and other purpose like business. Well, these are the findings from our questionnaire survey, and based on these indicators, they have ranked each of these indicators out of 5, and we have averaged the values collected from 230 samples, and finally we have found this. For example, if the heritage site is felt safe and secure, and the mean value is 3.27 out of 5. The natural scenery of the site is attractive. It comes with 4.14 out of 5, which presents that the site and the beauty of the site is very, very beautiful. The second one is the findings from the regression analysis. Here, the dependent variable is satisfaction element, and the independent variables are all these indicators that I mentioned in my questionnaire. And here you can see the indicator information, accessibility, and natural attraction has the highest Pearson correlation value. That means these independent variables actually explains a lot the independent variable, which is the satisfaction. And finally, we have, based on the Rayman model of regression analysis, we have developed this equation. And here you can see the satisfaction level is actually explained by these 9 indicators out of many indicators. So these 9 indicators are the most important indicators that explains the satisfaction level, which are natural attraction, information, environment clarity, easy accessibility, security system, food facility, sanitation, and parking. Well, now we conducted the important performance analysis, and based on that, we developed a Cartesian diagram. And here you can see this diagram is divided in 4 quadrants, and the various quadrants shows the relationship of the level of performance and level of expectation. For example, on this quadrant, you can see it's the high performance and high expectation. Here, the security system, accessibility, natural attraction, these has high expectation, and they're also performing well. People are quite satisfied with the performance. But here, in case of layout map, the sanitation, information waste dumping, people have high expectation about them, but their performance is quite low. That means the authority, or we have to work on these aspects to improve the site. And now finally, this is the findings of the calculation of the customer satisfaction index. And there you can see, based on the questionnaire survey, we calculated the performance value, mean performance value of various indicators and the expectation value of various indicators. Finally, we also averaged all these values of all these indicators, and we also have averaged the expectation values of all these indicators. And these are called, the performance is called the MSS, and expectation is called the MIS. And finally, we have calculated the weighted factor, and using the weighted factor, we have used the weighted score. And finally, to calculate the CSI, we have used the weighted score and highest score, which is 5 in the Likert model. And based on this algorithm, we have finally found our CSI value, which is 0.52. And if you compare it with the I'll have to go back to the previous slide. Our CSI value is 0.52, which means that people are moderately satisfied. This is the explanation of the CSI value that we have used. Well, now let's go back to the chart here. So people are moderately satisfied with the performance of the various indicators. And now we have proposed some proposals, recommendations here. And this is a real map of the site. And we have, based on the important performance analysis and the irrigation analysis and everything, we have proposed various facilities here, and we have marked it on the real locations. You can see the pointers here. You can see the arrow marks here. We have, for example, information kiosk is proposed in 2 points. Dustbin is proposed in many points. No, actually, information kiosk is proposed in 6 points. Civic facilities proposed in many points, many locations. Food facilities are also proposed in many locations. So this is the real location suggesting map. And I have, for example, the 1, 2, 3, 4. These numbers are presented as the heritage resources, and the arrows shows the real locations of these facilities. And these are a few samples of our recommendations. Like, we have proposed that the sitting arrangement should respect the nature and the character of the site. These are also the proposals which we have suggested. And finally, if we want to conclude our research, we have found that maximum tourists feel the necessity of a layout map and an information kiosk. They don't feel it's important to have a tour guide, as it is small space. They can find out their way easily. The natural scenario is very charming. The site is really accessible from any corner of the country, which is a good point. And many of them want to visit, or they want to provoke their friend to visit the site. And the negative points are the unhygienic and lack of sanitation system. And this site lacks proper information, which will guide the tourist program. So these are the findings of my study, and I hope you have liked my study. If you have any further question, you can ask me. Thank you so much.
Dear audience, unfortunately, we run out of time, so we will have only 2 questions for the representatives. Is there any question?
Hello, I have a question to the presenter who worked on protective structure of heritages. I think she was discussing about the digital application instead of protective structure of heritages. I would like to know a little bit further about what kind of digital applications she is talking about in her study. Thank you.
You're welcome. We will ask to Büşra Ceylan. If she cannot, I will also answer this question. I'm the co-author of the paper. Okay, we were curious about the understanding of the visitors. What is the meaning of digital representation? Indeed, it's a trap question, let's say. And intentionally, we didn't open the meaning of digital representation so much because unfortunately, in the archaeological sites in Turkey, there are some applications like protective structures, but the main purpose of the excavation is to give a height to the monuments. Let's say if the remains are in the height of 1 meter or less, intentionally they prefer to make the construction on the monuments to make it much more visible for the visitors, to make it much more attractive. So this trap question is aiming to understand if the visitors have an idea that they have less protection but more modeling of the site, or a height value or a closed space value on it. I don't know if I can answer your question.
No, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Any questions?
If there are no more questions, I can add something if possible.
You're welcome.
Of course, there are always a lot of questions, especially when it comes to such rich presentations and works, but it's a general curiosity, let's say. When we have a lot of works, statistics, and conclusions as such, what do we do with these results? I mean, for example, when it comes to the last paper, to the last work presented by Afrina, is it right? I mean, there was conclusion that the space, whether it was good or not for visitors and so on. So are you willing, for example, to try to send these documents or these conclusions to local authorities to work on the space and so on? Or is it only for the sake of documentation? So it's a general question always in our works. It's not only in particular for this specific work. I mean, we're doing a lot of statistics, a lot of studies, but then what? What to do with it?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Actually, it's a great observation, I would say. And we have organized a seminar on the heritage conservation last year, and we tried to, convey our message from this research to our local mayors so that they can, focus on these aspects and try to improve these areas. But another thing is this site, Puthia site, is not, nationally well recognized. It is just locally popular and locally known. But my my purpose of this research was to, introduce this site to the people more, as well as to the academician more, so that at least some sorts of work can be taken here, both academic as well as practical. So exploring the heritage resources and presenting it to the national and the international people was also one of my major focus. But definitely we are trying to send our conclusions to the local mayors so that they can include some recommendations into their future master plans.
Thank you for the answer. In fact, even I realized, even I can give a little suggestion, because I mean, when speaking about cultural heritage, it's always related to the local identity. Always, the cultural heritage is to enrich the local identity. But if you want to do such, I think also you need to take into consideration the perspective of the locals, not only the tourists. Of course, tourists are important because they are bringing the money, but who's working
exactly
there? Whose land is it? And this is the main point, So the balance between the locals and the tourists should always be achieved.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think for further exploration of this research, we would try to incorporate some views of the local habitants, how they see it, or what kind of changes they want into their site. I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your answers. And I have a very short question just for personal curiosity to Hussein Mas. If she is here, then I'm going to leave the platform to Dr. Ugo Rossi for the next roundtable. Dear Hussein Mas, have you done a study on the project teams of the winner groups?
Well, can you please ask the questions again? Because I'm now with a historical building and, well, there is a small problem with our internet connection,
It's okay, no matter. Have you done a study on the project groups, project teams? For example, how many architects they consist of, how many professions about cultural heritage protection, etc.
Well, we didn't go deeper to the architecture offices, but in the start of this study, we also tried to examine the architectural offices, the juries, their profiles, and how did they look to the competition, or how do they just examine the buildings. But because of the time and of the conference, it was not possible for us to go deeper, but we will really go deeper in the other days, because it's really important. And also the national legislations and the internationals are always changing. It's different in Turkey. It's also in different Greece and in Croatia. They are looking to different things. And also the jury profile is really different, and the comments. But thank you for your recommendation. We will go deeper with this kind of aspects also.
We are looking forward then.
Oh, thank you so much
for your deeper research. Okay, I'm sorry for the limitation of the time. Thank you for attending, all of you, and taking part in this joyful conference. And dear Dr. Ugo Rossi, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you to be there. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I am Ugo Rossi. I'm an architect, and I have my degree at Politecnico of Milano and a PhD on Bernard Rudowski, architect at Venice University, Italy. I would like to introduce the paper, the contribution of today. They follow in the order they following. The first is mine. Can our new city survive? I've changed the title of this my contribution because when I was writing my contribution, I would like to change because it's not old cities our problem, but the new cities. In any case, the second is behind the skyscrapers, and then I present the author. There are a fil rouge, red path that cross our intention, our aims. I would like to say only two things about the question the Congress put to us. For example, heritage and cultural landscapes is the problem that we are trying to discuss. I would like only to quote a few words written by Johann Huizinga in 1935. It was about progress. Progress merely indicates a direction without implying anything as to where the road leads. Whether to salvation or perdition, the expectation that every new discovery or refinement of existing means must contain the promise of higher value or greater happiness is an extremely naive thought. Heirloom, or the charming age of intellectual and sentimental optimist. It is not in the least paradoxical to say that a culture may founder on real and tangible progress. Progress is a highly ambiguous notion, for who knows, but that a little further on the way, a bridge may not have collapsed, or a crevice split the earth. I would like to start from there because heritage is not only, like you said before, culture of a place, a particular place. Each place has his properly culture. But progress is now our new faith. So I participated this discussion and this convention only for this question to see how in the world scholars and students are trying to resolve this problem. So if you are all ready, I could start the first intervention. Everything is working? So I could start.
Yes, all perfect.
So I have to, before all, as I told you, the first is mine, so I have to don't present again. Why it doesn't work? There are many problems. It doesn't work, but
what doesn't work? The link or the?
No. It's working. It's working. Do you see anything?
It's coming, but a bit slow.
Okay. CC, where is the CC? I've played the CC. Jose Luis Ferrer published 10 of 6 survived in 1942. The first thing that said underline is too important.
Dr. Wu, if you allow me.
Yes. What?
Because of the sound issue, if you can share again, but make sure that you tick the double boxes in the sharing window.
I've done that, but
because the sound was not very.
No, what I have to do?
And now, if you just stop sharing.
Stop sharing, yeah.
Yes, and then click on share screen again. But before sharing the screen, you will find a box of the screen sharing, and at the bottom there are 2 little boxes on the left side. On the bottom left side, there are 2 little boxes that you need to tick.
My audio, I have to put off.
Let's try now. It's only because of the sound system sometimes that we need. No, the sound is not working. When you click on the share screen bottom of on Zoom, when you first share, a little box window, a white box appears where you select which window you want to share, right? You are muted. No, that's fine. It's a common technical problem always with. So when you share the screen from Zoom, there is a white window appears, right, where you select the screen that you would like to share from your computer. Before sharing the screen.
Before.
Yeah. Before sharing the screen. There are 2 little small boxes that you need to tick on the bottom left corner of the sharing window. Would you like me to share and instead? I can help you with that, no problem.
No, I don't understand where I can't find this little box, white box.
No, because you already shared the screen. You need to stop now sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Now, when you click on share screen, there is the white box appears where you select which window you want to share. Before doing that, do you have the screen now in front of you? The window, the white window?
I have. Lavagna.
Yeah, now on the bottom left corner of this window, there are 2 little boxes.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to tick both of them.
I have.
Yes.
Find it.
Perfect.
So restart again. I'm sorry. Hello to everyone. I am Ugo Rossi from Italy. Jose Luis Ferrer published Can Our City Survive in 1942. The first thing that Serge underlined is the importance of the International Congress of Modern Architecture way of working. That, since its foundation, had dealt with and discussed the fate of architecture and of the modern city. And at that time, Serge believed to prove to be valuable for the reconstruction and rehabilitation work of the post-war period. After the World War II, the architectural debate resumed in 1947 at the 6th International Congress, held in Bridgewater, where participants discussed the strategies and the instruments to adopt in managing this destiny of the cities shattered by the war. During the following International Congress, held in Bergamo in 1949, for the first time since they were drawn up, the principles of the Athens Chart were put into question. the very same one that will be contested again in 1951 as a discussion topic during International Congress in Dalston, whose extension was to deal with the heart of the city. On that occasion, on the contrary to what Sartre affirmed in Can Our City Survive, was shown yet again the inadequacy of the result of the functional planning device in Athens, deemed to be ineffective to solve the problem of cities destroyed by the war. And while in Europe, the hegemony of the international congresses thought was dissolving, in the USA, architects believed that the only solution to urban decay and the only way to construct cities bombed out was to raise a large portion of what was left and replace it with something akin to the diagrams drawn up by Le Corbusier in the Radiant City. Most architects accepted all that as a sort of modern catechism and rarely questioned it. Only a few among them were ready to challenge the Le Corbusier's diagram, and the brightest of those critics was Jane Jacobs. Jacobs' book, Death and Life of the Great American Cities, completely altered the discourse of nature and the future of cities. Jacobs documented the failure of modern architecture to solve the problems of the congested inner city, advocating for the chaos of the unplanned urban center over the ordered compositions of the modern cityscapes. She said, "What will the project look like? They will be spacious, park-like, and crowded. They will feature long green vistas. They will be clean, impressive, and monumental. They will have all the attributes of the well-kept, dignified cemetery." Similarly to Jacobs, Peter Blake described the false truthfulness of modern theories, proved by the exemplary 1955 Pruitt-Igoe housing project in St. Louis. When it was designed in 1955, the Pruitt-Igoe complex was designed according to the most progressive ideas of the International Congress. But in 1971, it had deteriorated into an uninhabitable and inhospitable welfare slum, so the city of St. Louis considered the residents' wishes and blew Pruitt-Igoe up with dynamite. The dream of a self-sustainable home or city, completely regulated, easily manageable, and monitored through its developing future was and still is a feasible idea. The greatest challenge for architects was, and probably is, the house of the future. In 1956, Peter and Alison Smithson introduced the prototype of the house of the future, consisting of prefab three-dimensional component built with new plastic material. In 1956, again, Smithson, at the exhibition This Is Tomorrow at the Whitechapel Art Gallery, put together an installation made of one small pavilion representing a house containing all the necessary things to survive after a nuclear war, a bicycle wheel. It revealed that those projects were directly proportional to the obsolescence of the technological structure on which their original premises were based, and the uncertainty about the future. This house were, at the time, simple figment of imagination. Nowadays, evidently, we have reached the time of the smart house age. However, smart city built from nothing are extremely expensive products, as suggested Senate. Beside the purely economical and operational aspect of the smart cities, another relevant problem will also intrinsically present itself to the many countries, even the most advanced one, with a grand historical architectural heritage, often ill-fitting for transformation or technological adjustment, resulting utterly inadequate for smart cities. That heritage is unavoidably perceived as an inconvenience for the development of the new city, which will probably find its place in a desert, devoid of the historical city's relics, ruins, and debris. But will those very same smart cities managed by the most advanced technologies be able to upgrade, keep up, and adapt through the evolution of time? Will they be able to regenerate? Will they just become obsolete? Contrary to what in architecture, industry, and science were produced during the first machine age, the Austrian architect Bernardowski offered instead a subversive alternative. In open contrast with existence minimum norms and measures devised for the universal man, with the processes of industrialization and with the international architecture without specific cultural and geographical connotation, Bernardowski put forth a new brand of architecture without architects, culturally distinguished and built on primitive elements: walls, pillars, fireplace, pergolas, and balconies, galleries, and yards. In Bernardowski's point of view, the luxury of a home is not determined by its technical appliances and fixture, but by the fact of being an open-air room where, like in the Garden of Heaven, the occupant can, at the same time, work and sleep, cook and eat, play and relax, an environment with a natural climate determined by trees, water, and the light of the sun. Most certainly, in Bernardowski's book and planning proposal, we will not find the solution for the mechanized and modernized society in which we live, and for a planet on the verge of collapse, but they could at least offer elements on which to reflect upon. The nowadays situation of paralysis is due on one hand to the fact that all historical cities are excluded by the processes of development and its industrialization, and on the other because the new cities, conceived to be monitored by a control room and artificial intelligence, will suffer a fast process of technological obsolescence that not everyone will be able to endure. However, the old cities live on, and the new ones built in the desert areas provide new empty buildings often in need of demolition, like Pruitt Igoe. In architectural terms, technology and science have had minor effect in comparison to the cultural and historical ones of the ancient cities. Even the new technologies, iron, glass, concrete, and plastic, so important for the affirmation of the modern movement, have led to houses and cities only marginally better than the ones built in the past. Unlike any universal scientific and technological pattern, or the global economic one, cities and architecture possess the characteristics of biotopes, and they are the result of unique conditions with their very own landscape, cultural landscape. We ought to remember that cities and architecture are not just machines to use for the purpose of living and inhabiting, but the actual experience of living and inhabiting. They do not relate to quantities, but to a cultural landscape and a fragile ecologies. That's all. We have to go ahead. What do you think? Have I to go present another contribute? This is a contribute by Marielle Mustafa Sharaf. She had his master in urban planning and development, and it's titled "Behind the Skyscrapers: An Assessment of Dubai's Cultural and Creative Scene." This paper, this contribution, traces the traces the art, culture, and creativity within Dubai to produce a comprehensive timeline and assessment of the repository of its physical manifestation in the city, and reflect on the path of culture and creativity in Dubai's urban fabric, and explores the resilience of its network to assess best practices and envisage a plan of action for the new strategies put forth. We could start. Where is
today is titled Behind These Skyscrapers, an Assessment of Dubai's Cultural and Creative Scene. It will be focusing on the city of Dubai, looking at the cultural and creative spaces, assessing the status quo in aims to create a plan moving forward. To start with Dubai's evolution and understanding the city of Dubai and the reason I chose this topic, it is well known that Dubai's urban landscape is dominated by planned and large-scale development since the leadership utilized modernism as an urban planning and architectural tool to deliver the city's vision. It is also no surprise that the typical narrative of academic research and media surrounding Dubai speaks of the transformation of a fishing town settlement into the global metropolis that is known today. However, it has also witnessed grassroots communities and a large array of informal spaces in its progress, and they are also noteworthy to examine. One of these grassroots communities would be the cultural and creative community. This research aims to trace the arts, culture, and creativity within the city to produce a comprehensive timeline and an assessment of the repository of its physical manifestations in the city. The results of such mapping allows us to better understand the path of culture and creativity within the city of Dubai and how it developed on the map that we see today. When it comes to cultural and neighborhood change, there are two typical narratives that are usually seen. The older narrative, which is the typical gentrification or classism narrative, says that an artist moves into a neighborhood, more artists and cultural spaces move into this neighborhood for reasons such as networking, similar infrastructure needs, close line of production to consumption. And what happens is because they move into a certain space, there's a displacement of the original owners. The other side of the coin says actually that it's not the arts and the artists that perpetrate gentrification and displacement. However, it is the formal responses to these artists and art spaces moving, which is arts policy and urban policy, which actually work for the creative economy and the cultural production rather than the artist's sake. They are the direct perpetrators of classism, gentrification, and displacement. And for us to explore that, there needed to be a multi-layered approach into my methodology. So the methodology of this research actually starts with the historical evolution of the spaces of culture and creativity in Dubai by creating a comprehensive timeline and a map of the current status today. Then I selected 3 districts from these spaces and decided to choose 3 different districts: Developer Free Zone Dubai Design District, or D3, Al Sirkal Avenue privately owned, and Dubai Historic District as a public project, looking into their urban development, their land uses, governance, and zooming into the social life. Then taking all of these findings and cross-analyzing them to find all the patterns between the urban and social findings. To start with, Dubai's cultural and creative evolution, the timeline was the most important result to create a comprehensive understanding of what happened in the city. And as we can see, that there was an organic movement within the city of Dubai, starting from the 1960s and 70s when the city started shifting, and spaces were agglomerating for reasons that we see in the typical narrative, which is networking reasons, similar infrastructure needs, and also in Dubai, rental prices. Then what happened in 2008, the formal responses into creating the creative city gave us a more structural and planned growth that we see from 2008 and going on, where more creative districts and planned districts came into the picture, creating the map that we see in front of us today. Then looking and zooming into all the three spaces that I selected, we can see in the urban development that Dubai Historic District and Al Sirkal Avenue have a similar stories, where there was a small movement, whether private or public, of creating and revitalizing these spaces using the arts. Galleries were moving into Al Sirkal. Dubai Historic District was having small rehabilitations. But then around 2007, 2008, what happened is that the whole narrative shifted, where formal responses created larger impacts in the urban city and attracted the attention of other players into these areas. In Dubai Historic District, we see the developer Miras creating the Al-Sif project. On the other side, there's the data enrichment project, and we had the Infinity Bridge, which hindered the Dubai historic context. In Al Sirkal Avenue, we see that the attention that Al Sirkal Avenue brought to the space allowed for the response of the government to create Al Quds Creative Zone. Downtown was different in that the IFC and Dubai Design District were already planned districts that just were used as creative spaces to create the new downtown. Then we zoom in into the land uses, and we see that the different land uses were important to understand the nature of each of these districts. Zooming in even more, the layer of information of social observation was very important to be collected to understand people's perception of these spaces, how different groups react and interact to the spaces in the city, and understanding the daily life of these districts. What are the type of people that come in? At what time do they come in? What are the activities that they do? This was important to then develop the patterns and understand these spaces. We're starting with the urban development patterns. We realized that all the districts had typological and morphological shifts only due to formal responses, rather than galleries or artists or cultural spaces moving into these spaces. This also shifted the district type. So from becoming an organic agglomeration, it turned into planned districts. These planned districts created attention to these forgotten spaces of the city, which brought in the attention of developers, free zones, or the government, which later on resulted in the gentrification of these spaces, certifying the narrative that actually artists and galleries might not be the direct perpetrators of such changes. Then we look into these smaller patterns or the social life patterns. How are these spaces currently interacting with the groups of people that visit these spaces or the tenants that use these spaces? When it comes to users, we see that there is a lack of inclusion of a large part of people, firstly evident in the migrant workers that we see all around the city, not using the spaces because they feel that it is not connected to them. Then another important similarity is the nightlife time in all of the districts, was most importantly in the Shindaga district, where we saw the betting kiosks coming up at night, which was an illegal activity, but it was closed after the museums opened. Many see this as a positive outcome because it is an illegal activity. However, you can also view it as a small microaggression towards the original users of these spaces. The same goes with the microaggression that happened on the lawn of Al Ghubaiba Square in Shindaga, where the formal opening of the museums stopped the picnics that were happening on the Ghubeiba Square because of the look and feel of the space. And the final observation is the district type and the business owners and even the users, where these spaces seem to not be connecting to the business owners or entrepreneurs of the city, the creatives, or even the users, which usually come into these spaces. So it is important to look into what would be the alternative. In conclusion, opposed to the formal growth of Dubai's modernist vision, the art scene witnessed a non-linear growth with an array of peaks and low years, generating an urban pattern that is true to Dubai's informal spaces. The organic growth of these spaces, though, contrasted with the rigid modern grid, so it had to forcibly adopt into it, in the same way in which the city transformed, the cultural and creative manifestations in the city adapted into the rigid modern grid of the city to create a place in this urban metropolis. This approach led to a gated and clustered map of the creative and cultural spaces, which can be largely pinned to the downtown areas of the polycentric Dubai. This only emphasizes that the creative city agenda actually induces capital into these spaces rather than focusing on the arts narrative, which then leads to a juxtaposition where the spaces are no longer serving the intended users, the business owners, or the tenants. We need to start building arts for arts rather than arts for consumption. Of course, further research needs to be looked into the methodologies of amending the current trajectory through a larger survey of the existing community and the existing spaces within the city. Thank you for listening. These are my references.
Okay. I would like to go ahead with the fourth contribute. The third contribute, the impact of placemaking of revitalize the identity of coastal city by Mohammed Hassan and Shima Ali, and Nurhan El Sohafi. They are a professor at the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning in Suez, Mohammed Hassan. Shima Ali, associate professor at the same institute. Nurhan El Sohafi, demonstrator in architecture department, Sinai University, Qatar, Egypt.
Welcome to the 5th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism, May 2022. The impact of placemaking to revitalize the identity of the coastal city is the title of this research paper. This paper is presented by Professor Mohammed Hassan Atwa, Professor Dr. Shayma Ali, and Engineer Nurhan Al-Sohafi. Coastal public space is a feature space of urban coastal communities and one of the distinguishing features of coastal cities. And as individuality has been disregarded, similar metropolitan designs are the result, making coastal cities look very similar to each other. The loss of identity may be traced back to a number of causes that have been overlooked for far too long. Similarity in design for cities in general and coastal public space in particular, despite the natural distinctiveness and local lifestyle. Failure in design and management for a rich public space in terms of activities, space forms, and time efficiency. Lack of appreciation and awareness for place identity and construction and design system. The pictures here display the coastal public spaces in different cities. The term identity refers to a set of characteristics that serve to define a particular thing. Furthermore, the natural and artificial features of a city, as well as its social, cultural, and historical characteristics, are classified as urban identity. The most obvious and impressive of these characteristics is the city's identity. Every feature that distinguishes one city from another and makes it appear different is counted as a city's identity component. There are specific conditions that help in forming the identity of the city. They are cultural heritage or traditions, the quality and character of society's needs, factors caused by geographical, climatic, and topographic conditions, technology produced by the nation, the ability to adapt to changing conditions. Urban identity is a blend of the physical heritage, local culture, and geographical context overlaid with perceived remembrances. Furthermore, city identity is a combination of the aspirations and experiences of the citizens and those who visit. The sense of place and identity is reflected in an understanding of both the wider city region and specific physical places. Concepts that constitute urban identity are gathered under two main headings as environmental and social identity. Furthermore, the elements of the city identity are further classified into three main elements. These are nature, human, and human-made. Coastal public space, which is regarded a feature space of urban coastal communities and one of the distinguishing aspects of coastal cities, is critical to explore natural values, human and human-made qualities from which proper designs are made for space. These are apparent factors that have a direct impact on human perception. They have also brought to the community and the place an outstanding atmosphere and have reflected the indispensable needs of outdoor public spaces in the city. This has been brought through the activities of local people, from daily activities to periodical festivals. Placemaking as a tool is a term that has begun to be used in the 1970s, particularly by architects and planners, to describe the process of creating spaces, squares, public parks, streets, and waterfronts that would attract people because they are fun and interesting. Placemaking is a movement which seeks to improve public spaces in towns and cities. This is done by involving the local community in the design, to create places which are welcoming to citizens, which facilitate social interactions, and are pleasing to both the experience, quality, identity, and character of the place. This criterion's place diagram was created by the PPS and includes 4 sections. The 4 sections are access and linkage, comfort and image, uses and activities, and society. They serve as the cornerstone of place-making applications. The matrix shows the relationship between the place-making and identity. The selection criteria for the case studies was analyzed through many factors. These include development of public spaces attached to the coastline, different geographical locations along different seas and oceans, their use and whether they permanently or temporarily are activated through vital projects. The methodology used in analyzing the project of the case study undergoes 4 main steps: defining the selected project, documenting and analyzing the project, urban placemaking and identity analysis, and lastly, the pros and cons. The analyzed projects are Konyaaltı Coastline, Antalya, Turkey, Wilmington Coastline in Los Angeles, Tel Aviv Coastline in Tel Aviv, Puerto Vallarta Coastline in Mexico, and lastly, Jeddah's coastline in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. All the mentioned case studies were defined, documented in detail, analyzed in terms of urban dimensions as well as placemaking and identity components. Lastly, the pros and cons for each project have been outlined. To conclude, the learned lessons were: improving the coastline through placemaking can attract investors and tourists to the area, as a result, revitalize the local economy. Development of the coastline through the placemaking also promotes social justice by mixing different housing patterns for different income levels within a single region. The development of the coastline through placemaking also promotes social justice by combining different dwelling types for different income levels within the same region, as well as providing low-cost entertainment and coastal public spaces. The development of the coastline through placemaking contributes to the enhancement of a local identity based on art and culture, as it seeks to shape the urban environment around arts and cultural activities that are relevant to the region's culture. And lastly, placemaking promotes an active and healthy lifestyle by creating sustainable environments. It encourages people to walk, bike, or take public transportation instead of driving, which minimizes pollution. The design guideline provides improvement proposals in terms of access and linkage, uses and activity, comfort and image, sociability, and identity. To put it simply, this is done by improving accessibility, providing an active recreational coastline, providing a space which is comfortable and has a good image, creating strong relationships between society and place, and lastly, enhancing a local identity of the place based on art and culture.
Okay. So we are to the role of cultural heritage, tourism and regeneration, Old Muharraq in Bahrain by Fatima Subar, Jamal Boussa. This paper focuses on the role of cultural heritage tourism and its implication for urban regeneration in Old Muharraq, and suggests some recommendation to revive Old Muharraq via a sustainable cultural heritage tourism strategies. So the cultural, but to see the presentation, click here, but is not
I think
doesn't work.
The presentation is missing in the program.
It's missing. Yeah,
yes,
it's missing. So we have to go ahead, or if
it's up to you as a chair. If you want to give them a chance to present in a few minutes live, if not, you can just go to the next presentation.
Yes, if
your decision, please.
If the author are ready, they could or not. Are they ready?
I don't know if they're here. Fatima Shubar, Jamil Boussa, anyone is here?
We haven't got any contribution by them. Okay, so assessment of historic cities within the context of sustainable development and revitalization. The case of Walled City in Nicosia by Eyamoglu Mustafa, Akai Ozsabat by Cyprus University and Nicosia University Faculty of Architecture. In this paper, the city of Nicosia was taken as an example. Within the scope of the study, it was aimed to determine the positive and negative aspects in inadequacies of the revitalization strategies implemented in the city. Oh.
Hello, everyone. It's Mustafa Yamoğlu. Welcome to presentation for assessment of historic cities within the context of sustainable development and revitalization, the case of the walled city, North Nicosia, prepared by Mustafa Yamoğlu and Ayten Özsavaş Akçay. Cities are living structures that differ from the countryside in terms of social, economic, population, management, and the production, where movement and diversity are common. The physical and cultural identity of the city, which can actually be defined as a living organism, development depends on the history. For this reason, cities appear as important works of human development in the historical process, and they are important in many ways related to economic, social, environmental, and cultural fields. Therefore, in order to interpret the character of the city, it is essential to look at its development in the historical process. As in the whole world, the gradual disappearance of historical values and the fact that cities become without identity day by day are the common concerns of the people who think about cities. In Northern Cyprus, this concern is felt to a large extent for the walled city of Nicosia. For this reason, local and international organizations such as municipality and the United Nations Development Program supports and develops strategies for protection and revitalization ideas for the Nicosia city. Our aim in this study to analyze the revitalization works in walled city of North Nicosia. Nicosia is the last divided capital in the world. Depending on its political background, city divided with green buffer zone in 1964. Despite being for more than 50 years, the characteristic and physical features of the city are common. For this reason, communal studies for conservation were initiated in 1960s between Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot committee. The study is carried out under the name of the Nicosia Master Plan Team and aiming to determine common strategies without having any loss of identity in the north and south of the Nicosia after possible solution. In this context, step-by-step projects have been developed and implemented. Pedestrianization of Arasta Bazar, restoration of the houses in Samanbahçe zone, restoration of the Emeryye zone, and many projects are some example within the scope of the Nicosia Master Plan. Today, projects are implemented with the scope of economic development and revitalization strategies are progressing rapidly in the northern Nicosia. Within the scope of study, we selected 3 important commercial and residential zones, which are the center of the Nicosia, to evaluate revitalization works. Selimiye, Karamanzade, and Arab Ahmet regions were chosen as the study area. Selimiye region is the center of the commercial and economic activities of the city. Historical Arasta Bazar, Ottoman era Büyükhan, and the English era municipal market, which named as the Bandabulia, are in this area. As you can see from the map, the blue buildings are the commercial, red buildings are the commercial and housing mixture. For that red buildings, they have ground floor shops, and upper floors, they have housing units. Karamanzade region, which is the continuation of the Selimiye and Arasta Bazar, is a physically diverse region with commercial and residential buildings. In this Karamanzade zone, we have different type of buildings, which is only from commercial. The red ones, as you can see from the map, commercial and housing, only housing. There is one important historic building, which is Armenian church, 1 hotel, and 1 big car parking area, and the green area. After Karamanzade, there is an Arab Ahmet region to the west of the city. The Arab Ahmet region, with its traditional architecture and unique texture, is a completely residential area. As you can see from the map, only housing is existing in Arab Ahmed zone. Selimiye was the commercial and economic center of the city and developed according to its original identity. The abundance of commercial space in the region contributes to economic development without losing identity. It's seen that there is no fully participated revitalization plans in region. Many places in this region are empty, idle, or abandoned. Among the renovated space, the space that have been abandoned or used for different purposes, such as repair shop, creates environmental and visual pollution and cause to loss of identity. Here you can see some photos, shop example from the Selimiye zone. According to its original identity, Karamanzade texture consists mixture of the housing and shop units. This situation may contribute to the sustainability of the diversity in social, economic, and cultural structure of urban mosaic. Although the Karamanzade neighborhood is a continuation of the Arasta Bazar, which is the most vibrant today, no measures have been taken regarding sustainable development, protection, and revitalization project for this region. Here you can see some photos explaining the situation of the shops in Karamanzade region. Arab Ahmed zone is the one of the important zone in the city which consists traditional houses. Arab Ahmed area protected under the Nicosia master plan, and it's a completely residential area. The region has not lost its original identity. Recently, on Zahra Street, traditional architectural residences were renewed and used with a new function, such as cafes and restaurants. This situation led to the loss of culture due to the neighborhood relations in Arab Ahmed zone. It is causing to push the low-income families living there further outward. You can see some photos belonging to Zahra Street on Arab Ahmed zone, fully with the traditional houses, but they are converted to commercial use, such as restaurants and cafes. Revitalization efforts in the city of Nicosia are progressing. This is an important step for development, but strategic plan should be developed in different focus according to the zones and its original identity within the city. These plans should cover economic, social, environmental, and cultural aspects. The work done should not be limited with restoring and refunctioning to building for economic revitalization. The active participation of the local people is essential for the revitalization and continuity of the urban culture. The unique identity of the region should be taken into account, and revitalization studies should be carried out without changing its commercial, residential, or mixed texture. Strategies should be developed to increase the income or welfare level of the region and people who is living in this region. Selected zones in the northern part of Nicosia are related to each other, but they have different identity. Because of this reason, strategic plan of revitalization works in Nicosia should be developed according to its original identity of the zone. Recent revitalization works generally focus into renovations of the space and aiming to increase the economic activities of the zone. The method is not wrong, but cultural, social, and environmental values should be included to this plan. In order to not lose urban culture and social relations, the peoples who's living in this region should be included in these plans, not excluded. As a result, in order to revitalize the historical city of Nicosia and to ensure sustainable development, cooperating with all stakeholders, using the city in social, economic, environmental, and the cultural fields is essential. In this way, sustainable development will be achieved and the unique identity of the city will be transferred to the future generations. Thank you for your time and thank you for your listening.
So we are in time. Are we in time? We are early. Marine, okay, we are, okay. We are on time. So after we could talk about and do the question and answer. Allora, the last contribution by Irene Florendo, Master of Science, and Robert Romero, Master of Arts at University of Cordilleras Faculty of College, Philippines, and Maria Lourdes Evangelista, Master of Science, University of the Cordilleras, Architecture, also Philippines. The title is Marine Conservation and Promotion of Tourism, an approach of marine and coastal planning at Cat Island, Muscat, Oman. And this paper focused on analyzing the present condition of reefs at Catan Island, assessing the site's characters, and understanding the maritime habitat from the primary users, in which marine conservation and tourism can be achieved by promotion artificial reefs as a new habitat for the marine ecosystem. The research tries to draw a baseline for similar marine habitats. It's an example project, probably.
Hi, I am here to present Marine Conservation and Promotion of Tourism, an approach on marine and coastal planning at Cat Island, Muscat, Oman. The Sultanate of Oman is home to over 530 square kilometers of coral reefs spread across one of Arabia's longest coastline, which is bounded by 3 biogeographically distinct bodies of water. Despite their unique setting and obvious importance to biodiversity and economics, Oman's coral reefs are among the least studied in the region, accounting for less than 4% of regional reef-related publications. Cat Island is located right in front of Marina, a place to reunite with the underwater world. From its unique rock formation, the name was derived. With a maximum depth of 16 meters, one can do diving, free diving, snorkeling, and fishing. Impacts on coral reefs in Oman were found to be attributable to both natural and human causes, resulting in significant and widespread degradation. Coral reefs throughout Oman are threatened by large-scale irreversible damage and the continued devaluation or loss of coral reef resources, including those currently of value to fisheries, tourism and recreation, coastal protection, scientific study, marine biodiversity, and marine ecology. The approach of marine and coastal planning will aim to adopt sustainable marine conservation by providing artificial coral reefs as a new habitat for the marine ecosystem. Objectives are to analyze the present condition of marine habitat in terms of environmental condition and human activities, to determine the contribution of coral reefs in terms of environmental policy and ecotourism, to adopt marine and coastal planning approach to a sustainable development on marine conservation and promotion of tourism with the strategy of policy and controlled zoning. The intention of providing Cat Island's new feature will be a baseline and pattern to other diving locations that started to deteriorate. The outcome of this study will assist the government, stakeholder, community, future researchers, and readers in promulgating the awareness of the importance of sustainable marine conservation by providing artificial coral reefs as a new habitat for the marine ecosystem. It synthesizes the present condition of marine habitat in terms of environmental aspect related to the natural coral reef and identifying the human activities such as berthing, scuba diving, and fishing activities. The case studied is reducing use conflicts through marine functional zoning in Xiamen, Fujian, China. The objectives of marine functional zoning are to effectively address multiple use conflicts as well as those arising from sea uses and marine environmental protection. In order to prove the feasibility of marine functional zoning and reef environmental policy, the researcher used descriptive method. These are the ideal group of people to answer the survey since they have the experience going underwater and had more interaction with the marine life. The tools used were survey through Google Form, interview, questionnaire form, related lists, journals, similar case studies, photographic surveys. These assisted in the proposed policy and zoning plan. There are 309 respondents in total. This shows how abundant the marine ecosystem in Cat Island. Soft and hard corals and different types of fisheries can be seen. Due to the natural and physical stressors that is being experienced by the marine ecosystem, image shows the effect which the coral reefs are facing. The most anthropogenic concerns are diving activities which results to coral breakage. Hit and touch the coral reefs accidentally were the top actions of divers according to instructors. These diving practices leads to coral degradation. Accidentally or not, divers' negative behavior indicates detrimental effect to marine life. Artificial reefs are an application of altered habitat complexity. The soft and hard corals have been attached to clay pot and cement block as an artificial reefs. Oman has enacted national legislation to support marine conservation that pertain to marine environmental protection issues. Marine tourism is related to employment effects, increase revenues, boost the economy, expand international cooperation, and improve the quality of life, which has caused the country's attitude to change to its boundary. It is one of the main forces of economic development that has an essential role in policy making. The introduction of marine spatial planning, marine space concept have received renewed and much deserved attention, with the promise of zoning management in marine to mitigate the development of sea conservation conflicts. Advocates now are utilizing the zoning idea to protect marine habitat. Controlled zoning that can be utilized in the site in order to promote resilient and healthier marine environment. These are the zoning in Cat Island. It is divided into 4 major zones. The view of surface master development plan. Aerial view of Cat Island. A notable inclusion is the distribution of mooring buoy, replacing the use of anchors from the boat. Deep part of the artificial reef. A distinguished alteration in the site is the addition of sustainable materials such as terracotta. Coral reefs provide several ecosystems, goods, and services, but are susceptible to multiple environmental and anthropogenic stressors, resulting in significant and widespread degradation. Management of boat anchoring, diving practice, and fishing should promote reef resilience while at the same time allowing continued sustainable tourism and recreation. There are a lot of rules against destroying the reef. It just needs to be strictly implemented and provide adherence to policy. Current management strategies have proven ineffective and insufficient in protecting reefs and other marine ecosystems in the region. Marine functional zoning effectively address multiple use conflicts as well as those arising from sea uses and marine environmental protection. The creation of additional policies involving marine environmental regulation is necessary. These policies will help to aid in protecting the natural and artificial coral reefs, thus also helping in promoting sustainable tourism. In order to minimize the abuse of coral reef declination, the researcher recommends the following. In this research, there was no evidence that a law or policy was ever passed related to berthing. The researcher recommends a policy on berthing method to protect the coral reefs. When tourists are overwhelmed with the scenic treasure of marine life, there is no area control. It is recommended to revisit it to add sections specific to the number of tourists. With the increasing tourism, a recommended ecotourism environment carrying capacity should be calculated. In this way, there will be prevention of overcrowding tourists. A review on this section prohibits dome and loose fishing nets and other fishing methods in shallow waters. Strict compliance should be followed. Management of artificial reefs should be checked the possibility of including natural products on producing artificial reefs. Coastal setbacks should be revisited in order to further study the coral reefs. The policy itself can still be developed since the town planning can work hand in hand with the LGU. Material use on artificial reef. The researcher is fully aware that terracotta is one of the primary business in Oman. A policy can be developed by producing artificial reef made from terracotta. The legislation related to the coral reef in Oman has minimal information and guidance looking after natural and artificial coral reefs. A policy reform initiative should commence protecting the marine habitat, whether it is natural or artificial reef. Let me present to you a simple walkthrough of Cat Island where research and ambition is turned into reality. A phrase that I can share with you. To understand the world, you must appreciate what you have by architect Royal Pineda. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Ugo?
Doesn't stop.
Un capolavoro veramente.
Sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Ugo?
Yes.
Can you hear me? This is Fatma with you.
Okay. I'm trying to stop the computer now. Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Oh, I don't. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, apologies for my presentation. I just wanted to check if it's possible to present it now.
Oh, but yeah, yes.
But I hope that I can share my screen because it's my first time using the Zoom, so I'm totally I totally don't know how to use it at all, but I'll try to.
Okay, we are waiting for.
Okay.
Hoping the best.
I should share a screen, right? I should share the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Above in the left side in the corner,
maybe
you have to choose the sound.
I don't know. It shows that I have to allow something to you to share my screen here, but I have no idea how to do it. Just give me a few seconds. If I cannot, then
okay,
it's my bad.
If somebody has
Fatima,
any question,
I think you can share now. Try.
I can share something. Okay, let me try.
Sure, if the chair allows you, of course.
Okay, do you see anything on my screen?
No.
No. Okay.
Fatima Shuba.
Yes.
No. Probably Hussein.
Just a second. Security and privacy.
I think, Mr. Hugo, you have to stop sharing your screen because that is the screen we are, yes. And then Fatima can share now.
Where is Fatima?
She could share it by now.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to use it. There's something that I should allow it from the computer, but I don't.
Fatima, sorry. Click the share screen. It will be in the bottom part of your screen, and it's could be light green.
Yes, it is in light green. And then
click it. Yes. Okay. And then you will see a white window. The presentation you have there should be showing up by now. Click that window. If you open already the PowerPoint presentation, it should be shown right now.
It is open.
Okay. And then have you seen it in the white window?
No.
Once you click the share screen, do you have one screen or two screens?
One screen.
Yeah. So it will say screen 1, and then you have to choose the PowerPoint. And then
okay, just give me a second. I need to quit and reopen. Okay, I'll try this for the last time. Sorry for inconvenience. Okay, so I think it shows.
Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatima Shubbar.
Can you?
We can see
my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
College of Engineering. I'm going to talk about my paper, which is about the role of cultural heritage tourism in regenerating Old Muharraq in Bahrain. The table of contents includes an introduction of the paper, the aim of the paper, materials and methods used, the concept of cultural heritage tourism and urban regeneration, the main case study, which is about cultural heritage tourism in Old Muharraq, and lessons learned. The historic city of Muharraq has a unique cultural heritage. However, Bahrainis abandoned the city and moved to modern cities after the discovery of oil, which resulted in decaying and collapsing of old traditional houses. To prevent further losses, the government launched several rehabilitation projects in Muharraq, and the Pearling Path project is one of these projects, which would be explored here. This study focused on the role of cultural heritage tourism and its implications for urban regeneration in Old Muharraq. And the study concludes with a number of lessons learned from Old Muharraq, which can be further developed as a sustainable cultural heritage tourism strategy. The study examines cultural heritage tourism as a tool for urban regeneration in Muharraq and analyzes how a declining city in a developing country can best use its cultural heritage to achieve its development aims. The paper further aims to develop a sustainable regeneration strategy which can be applicable in other developing countries with similar circumstances. The research paper adopts a case study approach to investigate the potential of urban regeneration through cultural heritage tourism in a developing city, which is here Old Muharraq. The paper uses secondary sources and documents in addition to in-depth field studies and observations, as well as informal interviews with Ministry of Culture representatives. The National Trust for Historic Preservation defined cultural heritage tourism as traveling to experience the places, artifacts, and activities that authentically represent the stories and people of the past and present. It includes cultural, historical, and natural resources. It is suited to enhance cultural attractions, protect heritage, renew old urban quarters, inject a sense of community pride, identity, and solidarity. Cities have developed heritage-based tourism as a strategy to diversify their economy, create jobs, income sources, in addition to enhancing cultural opportunities and quality of life for residents. On the other hand, urban regeneration is an approach to solve social, economic, physical, and environmental problems affecting the urban environment in vibrant cities. It can be applied through rehabilitating heritage areas and historic buildings. It is a tool also used to mobilize tangible and intangible heritage to highlight the local identity, sense of place, and promoting residents' sense of belonging. Moving to cultural heritage tourism in Old Muharraq. Al-Muharraq is one of the islands of Bahrain archipelago in the Arabian Gulf. It was the former capital of the Kingdom of Bahrain from 1810 until 1932, and it is the third largest city in Bahrain with an area of 66.74 square kilometers. In 2018, the total population of Muharraq reached 268,000. Muharraq city is situated on the northeast of the island and is linked to Manama city, the capital, by 3 causeways. The city has unique architectural characteristics with a compact organic urban fabric. This fabric links different parts of the city together and consists mainly of narrow alleys and courtyard houses. This figure shows a restored old courtyard house in Muharraq. Moving to the case study, the Pearling Path, which was listed as UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2012. The aim of the project was to focus on the history of the town with the pearling industry and preserve its identity, in addition to rebalance the demographics through attracting local Bahraini families to come back to the town through improving the environment and providing community and cultural venues. The goal of the project was to conserve the components of the property with an international set of standards, to provide public access to all property and components, to provide knowledge about the economic, social, and cultural area context, to develop a community-based approach in dealing with the urban matters, and to preserve the shared memory of the pearling era through the documentation of its stories and fostering ongoing practices. For centuries, the island housed the most significant pearling society and economy, which was well known globally. It expresses a traditional utilization of the sea's resources and human interaction with the environment, which shaped both the economy and the cultural identity of the island's history. The property includes a serial site of 15 property components, including maritime sites, seashore site, and urban properties. The maritime site includes 3 offshore oyster beds located in the northern territorial waters of Bahrain, and the seashore consists of Bumahir Fort. While the urban sites consist of 17 architectural structures, the listed buildings include a residence of wealthy merchants, shops, storehouse, and a mosque. The memories of the pearling industry and the wealth it generated between the 2nd century and until the 1930s are evoked in these buildings and is supported social and economic structures along with the cultural identity it created. The framework included a comprehensive facade upgrade, the creation of a visitor and experience centers for the Pearling Path and Bumahir Fort, the creation of public spaces, the Pearl Museum for jewelries, creating boat visits to the fort and seashore, creating culture and art festivals, in addition to mobility and traffic arrangements for 4 multi-story car parks. These figures show some of the old houses which has went under facade upgrades. The preservation of the sites and other buildings, in addition to upgrading their facade and the construction of 4 new buildings, was facilitated by private-public partnerships. All of these sites were connected through a visitor pathway with vacant demolished plots left as public spaces. The process of restoration and preservation of the traditional buildings consisted of reinstating lost wind towers, which were built for natural ventilation purposes, while the used materials were similar to the originals, such as reused coral stone from demolished structures, wood and terrazzo, which was used extensively for street furniture consisting of flakes of oyster shells. Additionally, to further symbolize pearls and assist wayfinding, spherical white street lamps were added. This figure here shows an open space with the street lightings. The new buildings respect the historic environment scale and street lines while making bold contemporary architectural statements. For example, the Burling Path Visitor and Experience Center adopt a brutalist aesthetic, the former's forms echoing the wind towers and coral blocks of traditional neighboring structures, while the Green Pavilion features a series of interlinking gardens containing indigenous plants. The project set out a holistic approach to rehabilitate the historic characters of Muharraq under two key perspectives, legal and societal. New laws were added to limit the increase of unplanned construction and population, to prevent the deterioration of the special character of the urban fabric, and protect sites, urban settlements, and antiquities. The urban setting is regulated through the stipulations of a special protection zone established by the Ministry of Municipalities and Agriculture. Also, the Ministry of Culture and private owners signed legal agreements covering the long-term understanding of use and conservation requirements. The lessons learned from this case study is to utilize the geographical location and historic value of the town, and the site visibly indicates the social, economic, and cultural values, to protect the vulnerable sites and the organic urban fabric through maintaining integrity, which is achieved by stabilizing and restoring these sites, to use traditional materials and techniques in the restoration process to provide tangible links to the former decades, to set a holistic approach to preserve the historic characters of Muharraq under two key perspectives, legal and societal, to add new laws to limit the increase of unplanned construction and population to avoid the deterioration of the heritage buildings and urban fabric, to refurbish houses with good structures while the deteriorated houses were to be removed and reconstructed, to understand the tangible and intangible values of the social, economic, and cultural factors, to improve the economy through cultural tourism and improve sustainability, to conserve the components of the property with international standards, and to provide public access to all property components, to preserve the shared memory of the Perling era through the documentation of its stories and fostering ongoing practices, to introduce the tourist pathway to regenerate old Muharraq, and to develop a community-based approach in dealing with the urban matters and to involve both public and private sectors in the processes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we are in time, we could start a round table, or it's are we in time?
Yes, yeah, we are exactly on time.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
so,
we have about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yes, we are in time. On time. Okay, if somebody has any question to put to us, to discuss together with, I saw that there are many questions that focused on the same themes. For example, the participation not of the people, but for example of the tourists. Many projects are to increasing the question of the tourism and the civilization, probably. That could be a way to look the future of their countries, to express their roots, for example. Most of these contributes are devoted to the changeable and to see again our own roots. so then the cultural, our own culture. But when you talk about tourism, there are a little problem for the tourist. The tourist, for example, when we go to Venice, Venezia, Milano, Roma, we could find a tourist that are interested on the Venice culture, but only to look and visit some part, the same part, always the same monument, for example. They don't want to experience the life of these cities. That's the question we have to put up for the question of the tourism and our own culture. And we have to, overall, we have to see and looks each culture as a culture respectable. It is not only a one culture. That is why I have quoted at the beginning of this convention, this session, the question of progress, because progress is the same in all around the world, and progress is only when we arrive at the same level of the most rich countries, but not all the countries are rich at the same time. And that is why I talked about the cities. Smart cities are a question of rich people, because it's a technological cities, and technologies like that necessary to build a smart city is only for the rich. So the question is, we are not rich at the same level. There are many people, more and more people poor than the rich. And so we can't to look to the technology as the salvation of this crisis. This crisis is probably to resolve by the poor, not by the rich, because the rich are not looking for the poor, and the poor are the mass more than the rich. So the countries like USA, American, UK, French, and many other, the Europe, for example, are not able to produce a solution for this problem. And so I put you this question to you. This problem is on one hand, but not the other. Absolutely.
I can also reflect on this point, if you allow me, please. I think you are totally right. I mean, our cities are not the same. We have different values. We have different ways to deal with our areas, and most importantly, we have different priorities. And this is the argument always between poor and rich countries. For example, if I want to reflect on the first paper of the first author speaking about coastal areas, the identity of coastal areas in Egypt. Of course, there are very poor maintenance of these areas, activities, and so on. But because the priority of Egypt is towards housing more than creating very nice areas for people. While probably in other rich countries around the world, no, they have efficient housing, as we saw in one of the presentations, I think in the third round of the day, who mentioned that I think it was in one of the cities in France that they have around 80% of the housing of the total overall population, single family houses. So it's for rich people. So they don't have a problem of housing. So they can then start to serve different functions, different activities, eminent spaces for their population. But in other places in the world, of course, that's not valid at all. And one of the examples we have that we're living now in Egypt, there are 45 new cities to accommodate the growing population only, not to provide better quality of life for people. So the priorities are different. And this is because, of course, our cultural perspectives are different in our cities.
Nobody. For example, I have a question, general question to put to you. I've seen that there are many mathematical key schemes, many geometrical, many analysis equation, but at the same time, there are who contested the grid, the rigid grid of the city of the 30s of the CIM. Today, the CIM grid is actually used normally in the cities. What we can do to use a different way to think the development of the cities and also of our house, for example, which kind of house we are building, which kind of culture we are looking for. In fact, we are entering in a modern age since the 15th centuries. But modernization is overall the compulsive and obsessive, continuous, unsupportable, forever incomplete modernization. The compulsive and obsessive, continuous, unstoppable, forever incomplete modernization. The overwhelming and ineradicable, unquenchable thirst for creative destruction. Because, why? We are working for the present, but we have no future, or better, we have no an idea which lead us for one goal. We have no goal. We have lost our end of our voyage to project. We are only living today, but today is also just finished. We are working so for without Ruth. We are in crisis. We are in crisis because we are not as an end. We are working without end, and it's a paradoxical situation because architects are building the present and then the future, but we have no we are no direction. Anything as to where the road leads. No, we have not a way to follow. That's the question, because heritage and culture is a new things to watch, to look for. We have forgotten our root. We are forgotten our culture, and we are only follow the idea of progress. And the question is that rich people and rich countries could follow this way, but is wrong way, because we have no, as Huizinga said, progress is a highly ambiguous notion. For who knows but that a little further on the way, a bridge may not have collapsed, or a crevice split the earth. We are now in the crevice split. And we have to working, I think, for this important question, to revitalize our culture, each culture, without to see the homologation and globalization. Because globalization, we see, is now in crisis as modernization, and the Earth overall is impossible to the Earth sustain this way of life. We have to rediscover a way of life in a balance with nature, but also with our own culture. I have to say only that, and I could only ask you, what do you think about this? What does mean modernization? That's the question. For us,
Well,
is a
may I go ahead? Thank you, dear Dr. Ugo Rossi. It is always nice to understand this and to hear this kind of discourses. But I think the problem is the term "we," it's very diverse. This is the first thing, you know. We, humanity, we are not all in the same bag. You have done the difference between rich and poor people, which is one possibility. And probably in so many countries, we are able to do that. But I think in other cases, what we have in front of us, it's as it was done today by one of the keynote speakers at 8 in the morning, which was, I don't remember the name, but the professor from Nigeria, and where he was able to defend, you know, even with, I will say, with some strong character, you know, the negative effects of the colonization, you know, in the last 100 years on countries like, on African countries in general, and he was referring the case of Lagos. And not only, I think even indirectly, he was naming the heritage, because the heritage in this case, because of the colonization by the European countries, mainly United Kingdom and French, together with the Portuguese and even Italy in Ethiopia and all this area, by the way, you know. So I mean, what we have in front of us is a break in the heritage progress, in the local heritage progress. And today, suddenly, you know, the arrival of people than, for example, as it is the case of Ernst May, you know, which is a very important reference for the modernism in Germany, but he did incredible bad master plans from cities in the tropical countries of Africa, for example. Of course, deleting everything, forgetting the issue of the heritage, and of course, going ahead with some, I will say, new ways of colonizing, which is through the urban change. And I will say today, even through the higher education institutions in Africa. And we have a lot of examples. I can give you examples where I am living now. This is to tell you that, in fact, the problem is I cannot share with you, for example, I will say, let me tell you in a frank way, a kind of apocalyptic discourse that we are lost with that. No, I don't think so. When I see, for example, a prescription price like Kere 2 months ago, more or less, when I see the strong energy of so many African architects, like was the case of Pancho Guedes reinterpreting the modernism and creating this regionalism as the way of recovering some identity signals in the middle of all this scenario, I cannot believe in the end of we are lost. I think Kere is only, in my opinion, I'm talking about Africa now. Kere is, in my opinion, a good example, but it's not the only one. So there are so many Keres. We have a very high quality architects in South Africa and Zimbabwe, etc. I mean, there are probably, of course, I can agree with you in some parts of the discourse where even the globalization is losing energies. I think that it's time to understand another discourses. And probably the priorities are not the same ones. I heard Dr. Hussein Hussein talking about the coastline in Egypt, I think. But we saw today in the morning coastlines in Nigeria because of this professor. I mean, I think as usual, we will have different options, but in my opinion, at this moment, thank God, we have a lot of different discourses. But curiously, they are touching some specific points, very, I would say, vital points, and where, curiously, the heritage can be, when it is existing, not always, can be one important reference. And the use of different materials, like they can be named vernacular materials in a contemporary way. This is clearly done in so many countries. Anna Henninger is I will say, with all my respects, interpreting these kind of materials at this moment in India, but they are coming, and she has been working so many times in Africa, and it's probably in the future, not the coming, but one of the next prescription prices, in my opinion. So it's a long discussion. I agree with you, Dr. Hugo. I am here to provoke problems. I mean, to provoke discussions, and I think we have here two ladies that are waiting for my end. So I promise to shut up now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would just like to add something which Dr. Ugo mentioned that tickles my mind. It's about the globalization. So we all know that when we talk about globalization, either a poor country, or should I say a developing country and a developed country, they try to strive hard to show to another country or neighboring country that they can do better of what they have right now in terms of probably work for people, so people doesn't go out of their own country and work for another country, or start to develop new technologies, like for example in Japan, or very high-rise buildings, could be in Dubai, or probably in Philippines, which is still a developing country and striving hard for the internet connections, which is still very poor up to now. This globalization, this needs, I think, for my personal opinion, needs the government to stand up and do something about it. What is it? It's the policy making. I think with what I have done as a research on my presentation today, it's only a dot, a point of what the LGUs should be looking at right now, especially now that we just finished the election in the Philippines, as I just might say. There are too many promises of the government, the upcoming government, but we have also to note that policy making should be going hand in hand with the architects and the urban planners, together with the government, in order to have a good or a realistic globalization, in order for us to be lift our own country and be a better one. Because either a poor country or a developing country or a developed country, first, second, and third class country, you are just maintaining your statue. What about the one behind you? What about the one who is under you? Policy making should be a way for us to communicate ourselves in order for our country to grow. So for me, that's a simple way to answer globalization. Thank you.
If I may go back to the CIM grid, actually, and the question of I'll take it into that perspective. If we look at the grid and how it was adopted in many of the developing cities, or at the time even towns such as Dubai, I think the question becomes like, maybe we aren't lost in terms of let's say of where to go next in the bigger picture, but maybe the steps that we are taking, we're lost in those. In the idea that we're like, we took on modernism, and then we took on the idea of the new urbanism. So the problem then becomes the idea of globalization and adopting such ideas is making us take things out of context, and this is what is creating the state of loss that we are in, maybe in a lot of the cities that we see today, or seeing the failed cases that are being seen in some of the cities. It is the idea that there is a complete copy-paste approach, maybe, that comes with globalization, that is taken from the rich country to the poor country, or from the developed to the developing country, or the other way actually sometimes, which takes everything out of context, because globalization at the end of the day somehow takes everything out of the context that it is. I hope it kind of contributes to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Hussein?
Yes, I think the circle turned again and it came back to me. I mean, I was just now hearing all the opinions and perspectives and thinking. And at a moment, I realized that I really think that old people are really lucky. Old, I mean, all the dead people 100, 200, or 1 century ago, because we are always talking about them, but who's going to mention us in the future? And all the presentations we heard today about cultural heritage is speaking about, you know, the last century. And of course, we need to preserve our history. We need to preserve our identity. But if we keep preserving everything in this way, that no, you cannot touch this wall, you cannot demolish this building, you cannot do this and that, after 10 or 15th century, we will have no place to live. We will have no place to go or move, our childs, not us, hopefully. So, you know, this discourse, even in a very curious way, I was 3 days ago, probably with Professor Jose, discussing the content of theory of urban planning. Why not to provoke a new discourse? Why we always have to talk about the figures in the last century? Why not to look into the future? Of course, we will always respect our parents, our grandfathers, our grandparents, our history, you know, but what about tomorrow? And this is the real critical point of cultural heritage in the way we talk about it always.
Anybody else? Nobody has any question about? What about the future? But the future is
optimistic.
No. What about the future? But the future is started today. The basis of today are very not hard. It's not or is only my opinion, of course, but fragile. Our today, our nowadays construction are fragile for me because they are not looking for 100 years, but only for 2 years, 3 years, because technology is really fast, really quickly become obsolete. Each technologies. So architecture is working the same path as, but architecture is not the 100% of the building constructed by architects. No, 90% is architecture without architects, and 10%, probably 2%, is architecture by architects. The rest of the building which we live is no architecture building, not by the architecture. So architecture built our environment, but architecture seldom are leads by the power, the politics power. The are not working for the people, are working for the monument. The monument are for business, for the bigness, which talked about call us bigness, but we are for the littleness, not for the bigness, because big is too much. We could see only a little things because we are little. And so is the question for me, because what's about the future? I don't see a great future because our present is very fragile.
Yes, you are right, Dr. Ugo Rossi. As architects, as a class, it was told a long time ago we are a class, but it is 100 years ago, by the way. It's true. We are very fragile. Look at that. RIBA, which is a very important institution in the planet because linking all the British architects and not only, did a report about the role, first of all, the relations between the architects and the society in African countries, especially the Commonwealth. I mean, tropical countries, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, all this area, or South Africa, and the numbers of the architects into the societies. This is why I agree totally with you. The role of the architect into some societies, it's merely, I will say symbolic, So meanwhile, in Italy, you know better than me, we have dozens of thousands of architects. They are not registered in the Ordine degli Architetti, in the Chamber of Architects. And meanwhile, they are doing whatever, sorry for that, whatever they can, or they are letting do. Meanwhile that, in countries like Tanzania, I think, or Uganda, with 43, 45 millions of inhabitants, there are 140 architects registered, but not only registered. There are 2 faculties of architecture and 140 architects at this moment. So, I mean, these kind of imbalances are giving us so diverse scenarios. And meanwhile, the most important thing or novelty in South Africa is constructing social housing in a collaborative project with the future owners, you know, fulfilling bags, plastic bags with sand in order to get better U value. For example, you know, you are talking me about, as it is, this is a discourse in Europe, you are talking me about new technologies, 2-3 years old, and they are not new. I mean, yes, this is why I am always defending that there are so many different perspectives. And it's only to have a look to Dubai, as I think Mary Sharaf, our colleague, is coming from Dubai, you know. It's only to have the different way of looking at this future, even not the same one like 10 years ago in Dubai, because there things probably are changing every 2 or 3 months. I mean, yes, you are right. It's a very fragile, but the point is now, which is the role of the new architects, or in general of the architects in the respective societies? Because 100 years ago, people were going with, you know, and the hat and so on, and they were very well respected people in the cities. But now an architect is nothing in so many countries, as we know. And maybe the role of the architects are so different, especially when we have the different societies that we have, you know. I don't know which future, I don't know, but I was writing in the chat now, you know, the future, our future was written yesterday, because this is what we have, you know. And yes, it is, which is the legacy we will be able to show to the other or coming generations. I would like to know too, but at least if I am recognized because of the fight, or because of the our fighting to try to recover some identity signals, I will be at least, you know, let's say, more calm, or because of the achieving of some goals, you know. But it is true. I don't know what we are thinking our colleagues about our colleagues in the last 19th century with the neo architectures, you know, which was a copy paste, as I have seen the name of copy paste. I don't know what they were thinking. And curiously, we have a lot of publications today that they are valorizing so much these these architectures, you know, maybe because this is a way of defending ourselves, probably. I shut up. I don't want to go so far away, because if not, maybe I will tell what is not political.
Anything else to provoke a demonstration for a new architecture for tomorrow? Anybody has an opinion about it? Because heritage probably is something became, and we are to work for the future, for today, nowadays, but history is our root, and we are today because our root generate this way of life. And Professor Jose talks about countries like Africa, Philippines. Yes, of course, they are more sensible to the future of the earth. They live since the origin in balance with the earth. But who is now the lead? Who country are the leader of our society or our civilization, called civilization, something called civilization and globalization. But globalization, what is his root and where he leads, which kind of road we are taking today for tomorrow, obviously.
Difficult to answer. It's not easy. I was
I don't
never
think there is
imagined.
one answer.
You are right, Maria, you know. And probably because usually architects were not educated for knowing about the future of the, I know, geopolitics and so on. Only a few of them are able. Maybe Professor Ataya would be able to clarify something about that, but just, I don't know.
If I can say, because we're talking about the architect and the role of the architect, and I'm thinking so I studied architecture as a bachelor, but then I took urban planning as a master's. And if the role of the architect is small, I really learned that the role of the urban planner may be actually smaller, although they control such a big part of the city and actually maybe go into policy making and the politics of the city. You realize that even the role of an urban planner is as small maybe as an architect when it comes to the city itself. So when we ask who leads such a discourse within the global scale, it is really hard to explain because there are so many aspects to it. And then if you're looking at what the urban planning discourse is saying, or a lot of the papers that were presented today, like you said, Dr. Ugo, we all look into the tourists, the users, the people. And we always say that the people should determine really what should happen to their environment. But then at the end of the day, if we let it for the people, then what is really the role of the urban planner or the architect in shaping the environment itself? Again, so this is why I think it's a really difficult answer, actually, to take on a small scale or on a global scale, actually.
Yes. We are looking for gentrification. When we talk about regeneration, sometimes what's happened is a gentrification way. Gentrification, we know, is the last one, maybe no, the last one, assessment of historic cities. He talks of this question, the aspects and inadequacies of the revitalization strategies implemented in the cities. Inadequacies. We have only inadequate tools because we are looking always with all the tools. For example, the grid, the rigid grids by Le Corbusier and CIM. We have not produced anything not new, anything else, nothing else. Over behind the grid, we have nothing. So we have to build something else. We have to look something else. We have to learn by the others. Probably we have to learn it not by the architects, but by the people, by the earth. And these are our whole culture. this is the unique things. We unify the world, the earth, the specific terms of the environment. Each one has its hour. We live near Venice. You are in Dubai. Some else live in Ankara, etc., etc. Each one of us have a different vision, but we live in the same planet. This is the unique fact of the globalization. Globalization is the cure, the safe of the earth. This is the globalization concept. Everything is not, everything also different is to maintain difference. That is the question. So someone, probably Marie Sharaf, talked about cut and paste society, cut and paste manners, way of project. For example, an example is a skyscraper. No, skyscraper are the same all around the world. Probably when you count to build a skyscraper, you reuse the same project for another place because it's interchangeable construction. And I want to talk about skyscraper as construction, not as architecture, because it's a built, and difference from a home and a house, we know. A house is where the art is, the home, and the house is a building. And that is the difference. The skyscraper, for example, is a building without heart. Doesn't pulse in our, because it's the same all the world, all around the world. Shanghai, Tokyo, Milano, probably Venice, it could, they tried to do, yes, they tried to do a skyscraper in Venice. Why?
I think the why goes to the idea of, again, like, I don't want to say copy paste, but it's the idea that we take from other cities or examples. We always take that this is the idea of progress, as you say it. If we go back to the discourse, we think that these places are progressed or have progressed to a certain new form of living, let's say, or even form of the vertical city. So this is why it comes into different places of on the earth. But the reason why it looks the same is probably because it's cheaper to just take it from one place to another. But it really, the question of the skyscraper opens up a lot of other questions also, if you look at it, because if it symbolizes progress for a lot of people, and then the tallest, the idea of the tallest or the biggest always goes within the competitive global market, of course. But the skyscraper also symbolizes, like, how do I say this? Maybe it's not modernist, but it's the new, whatever is postmodernist, not in the type of style. I don't want to call it in the style of postmodernism, but it is what we expect to be the sustainable way of living, just because it builds up rather than builds horizontally. And this is what we've convinced ourselves is the correct way to live at some point. I hope I'm kind of clear.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have many witness of the cultural heritage. Somebody lives in a countries where the heritage are important, but also modernization is also important. Which kind of modernization we are trying to find, to do, to build for the future, for today? And this is the question, because we are forgetting our culture. We are trying to do a unique culture, a mondial culture. As like I said before, that is the only unique question is we live in a unique planet. That is the unique globalization, I know. The other are only trash, only debris that are paralyzed our way of life. We are looking for one model of modernization that we are falling down. We are going to fall down. Globalization is in crisis in that day. In fact, it's only a war, only a war, a tragical event has put all the world in crisis. Only a war. That is a political question, but is influenced our life for the next 10 years, probably. Italy is in sinking, not thinking. Sinking is falling down, and Europe is falling down. Probably countries near Europe is falling down. Who are saved by this globalization of the merchants, of the power of the a few people? A bit of people are the head of the world. And then the architecture is the answer of this way of life, because it's a way of thinking. We have to learn, I repeat, we have to learning by the poor. We have to return to the basic way to live. We have to stop to see the rich, the richer, because we have to return in a basic way, but because the earth is not sustaining this way of life.
My dear friend, Dr. Ugo Rossi, you are giving us all the tasks for the next weekend, you know, to think, because it's a long discourse and with so many interesting points, by the way, you know. And you are right. The vision you have from Europe, probably this is one of the visions, and I can agree with you. But I will say, because of this multi-diversity, starting with Lourdes Evangelista or Evangelista in Spanish, and then Mariek, as well as Rafa or the other people I have seen here, Irene Florendo, sure, from Philippines too. I mean, we are probably here at least half a dozen of different visions, but it is true. It is true. The pessimism we are feeling in Europe is probably one of the visions, and I think Maria was very clear talking about that. And I unfortunately I didn't have opportunity to see the whole intervention from Maria Lourdes Evangelista, that probably was at the end one of the reason of this discourse, you know. But probably, I will suggest you to think if the other sessions have finished. I think we are a bit late, you know, and probably they are waiting for us for something. I don't know, you know, at this moment.
It's okay, dear Professor Dr. Madrigal. I really appreciate dear Dr. Ugo Rossi and Dr. Hussam Hussein. It was a great, highly qualitative, let's say, discussion indeed in detail. So I really appreciate that. It is going well. We will start very soon the last gathering. So anytime you wish, you may, the floor is yours to finalize.
Yeah. So dear Professor Huras, this is a virtual gathering, right? Unhappily, you know, but it will be a pleasure. So, okay. I think I must go to make up something and to go to the gathering, you know.
Yes,
so
with a cup of tea or glasses or whatever you wish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are on time for go ahead. Oh, I'm wrong.
Yes,
no,
I think.
No, if you may, yes, dear Dr. Sam.
No, I was saying that, yeah, we skipped over time in the session. So probably some people will go to have a little break before the final. When is the final gathering, Dr. Horash?
Within 20 minutes.
Okay.
We have 20 minutes. Okay. See you soon, or would you like to continue?
If you want, you can maybe summarize, and I promise to think about these things during the weekend. For us in Egypt, the weekend is starting just now, you know. So I promise to do that, you know. But please let us summarize from your side. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, because we have to switch accounts even to the other gathering.
Okay.
So good, yeah.
Good.
So what we are waiting for?
You may finalize the session and close, let's say.
You can bless all of us with Urbi et Orbi, you know.
Is he exit?
We will go.
I have to exit. That's see you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.